Hello, hello. Okay. Well, last
Hello.
time I did it, it was different. It worked differently. Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully everyone will be here again soon-ish. Mhm. Hey, well, radio, welcome back. I know I fucked up, but it needed to be done. Otherwise, it was not gonna be okay. The one need. I'm probably gonna go ahead and do a different kind of pixel art today. It's gonna be a little bit more detailed. I think this is way too it doesn't have enough detail as to what I wanna show, so that's what I'm gonna be doing. Might get lore, the 40k lore, so everybody's gonna go to bed. Great stream today, super entertaining. Mm. This was not a great choice. It's okay. Hope World Radio is having a good time. Can you hear me fine? Is there anything going on? I should know. Hope not. Okay. So there's another thing I'm gonna talk about, and it's the Orthodox guy drama. If anybody wants to hear about that one, let me know. Uh, man, this sucks. I was hoping so bad to to continue with my 12 viewers instead of, but it's fine. Yeah, pixel art, no drama. Yay! I wonder what the drama is gonna be tonight. To be honest, uh, do this instead of 64. I'm gonna go 128, and then I'm gonna do the same. Well, I'm gonna go 96. Six. I go 96 again. We're gonna have a higher time to do it. Okay, I'm sort of sober now. Where were we? We're gonna be talking about different things. My brother went to Las Vegas. They just arrived back. I wish I could go, but my dog is kind of sick, and one, I can't take her, and two, um, nobody can take care of her but me. Like literally, won't leave my room, won't go up, won't eat, won't do anything if I'm not around. So, and she won't listen to anybody else. So I'm gonna be doing a Abe. I'm gonna be doing Dark Abe first, and then I'm gonna be doing Abe, and then I'm gonna be doing um. That's it. That's what I'm gonna be doing today. To be honest, it's It's really bad. What's going on between the whole communities, between ICE and the Democrats, and the whole violence. I am. I don't think this is gonna go away anytime soon. We're gonna go and see more of this kind of violence. The five's nice. Well, I'm glad you. I'm glad you're Buffalo Wild Wings listening to the stream. That sounds fun. Let me go ahead and see if I still have. No, it doesn't show anything. Eyes. Uh, this is the one. This is the one. Funny how.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, for holding this important hearing. As I said on Monday, good riddance to Governor Walz.
Oh, this is even worse. So everything's happening in Minnesota for some reason. Today is the no Minnesota has been going around. I actually think if this is the case, and we're looking at the whole problems with Minnesota, and now it's all about ice in Minnesota. Ah, what a coincidence! What a coincidonkey. Anyway, this is this was a public hearing, I believe. I haven't heard the hearing itself, but I hear a reaction to it, and it wasn't great.
But he cannot escape accountability for the estimated $9 billion in fraud.
Nine
How did this
billion
happen?
dollars.
And where the hell has the Twin Cities media been? The Star Tribune is complicit. They have had this story for years, if you just heard, and they've refused to report anything on it. In fact, they continue to try and cover up. Our Minnesota Republican colleagues have demanded answers and accountability for years, but have seen nothing from Walz, his administration, our Democrat colleagues like Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Ilhan Omar, and Angie Craig, or the worthless Star Tribune. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump for finally bringing attention to this issue. Representative Rarick, I'm going to begin with you. You've been working on this issue for years. You've spoken to the whistleblowers personally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have.
Minnesota is considered a great place to raise a family for many reasons. This is why this hits hard. It all hits hard, to be honest. I think like you guys are not used to this kind of corruption system. So and I don't want you to get used to this kind of bullshit. But it's the kind of bullshit. This is the kind of bullshit that's gonna happen the more the government gets in power and it's able to do this kind of crony bullshit. Um, I was talking once with a libertarian, and a libertarian was I was telling him that one of the problems with libertarianism is that it devolves into my friend's club, and he was like, "That's not libertarian," but it does. It devolves into my friend's club because at the end of the day, well, sorry, not libertarianism, liberalism. So one of the problems with liberalism and um, the whole part of communism, it devolves into my friends group because you can use all of the power to create structures where your friends are at the top and they are the ones who are getting all the money at the end of the day. So if you want to actually steal money from the government, the easiest way to steal money, a lot of it, is create an agency. You put your friends at the top of the agency, they start winning thousands, hundreds and thousands of dollars. It is what it is. Emma, what did you run from me? I didn't run. I needed to restart my computer. And you want to have the debate about Mercy? We can have it. If you want to have a debate about anything else because you're feeling a little bit down, we can have a debate.
Have been entirely
I'm
ignored
sorry,
by
not
Tim
down. If
Walz
you feel a little
and
bit
have even
feisty,
been retaliated against. Is that
okay?
accurate?
That
If you
is
want to
correct.
beat
Even
somebody
this
up,
morning, I got another
try
message.
me.
Well, in your experience, are their claims credible or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not politically motivated.
In fact, many of these are Walz administration employees, correct?
They are actually Democrats as well.
Can you quickly give us one example of the retaliation these folks have been?
Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer is doing the interview. I don't know what I found that funny. It is kind of funny. Man, it fucked up my shoulder. I hope you feel better, Lion.
Facing.
Yes, I can. In my opening statement, I mentioned that the most severe
Welcome
part
back,
was that they would be
Scott.
fired
Good
with
to see you.
cause, so they couldn't have
Don't worry about it.
unemployment insurance, that they would be blacklisted from all state agencies, and I bet that it's also Hennepin County and Ramsey County, as you know, those are Democrat-run, and much, much more.
Based on what you've learned, Representative, over the last several years, do you have any doubt that Governor Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
He absolutely knew that it was occurring.
Thank you. The Housing Stability Services Program was estimated to cost about $2.6 million per year, but before it was shut down last October, it was on track to run about $122 million in 2025. In fact, I think they sucked $161 million out of it from the point it started in 2020 until it was finally shut down. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and Joe Thompson believes that 90% of that was fraud.
Yeah. The Quality Leering Center, as uncovered by Nick Shirley, received almost $10 million in funding. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
There are more than 80 autism centers in Minnesota under investigation. Is that true?
I believe it is, yes.
It's clear that someone is criminally complicit. You can't just let this amount of money get out of your administration over a period of 7 years without knowing. There was a hearing in the state regarding the fraudulent housing stabilization program, but before that hearing, Governor Walz fired the official who was slated to testify so that they could not testify and expose.
Nizam is completely retarded, okay? They're both stupid. But yeah, I agree with you. Waltz is a dumb. Like, he looks. I don't know why, but when I saw the ticket, Kamala Waltz, he looked horrible. He looked like the dumb, the dumb uncle. Have you ever seen the dumb uncle? You know, like going back to the Adams family. Um, yeah, the dumb uncle is exactly how he looks like. God.
What was happening under Governor Walz's watch. Has Governor Walz or Attorney General Ellison fired anyone else to your knowledge, Representative?
Not to my knowledge, and that was Eric Rumdahl, and his administration believes that he was not fired, but I say he was fired because it was too convenient.
Right. Representative Hudson, is it true that 90% of the individuals charged, regardless of what your colleague on the panel just said with his facts and figures, 90% of the individuals charged or indicted with the $250 million Feeding Our Future COVID fraud are of Somali descent?
I believe that to be correct.
Are you aware that in a 2021 video, Mr. Ellison promised that he would obstruct his own agencies in their investigation of Somali fraud?
I am very much aware of that.
It's no wonder that criminals in the Somali community felt they were free to steal taxpayer dollars. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marion. Do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
Walz and Ellison were protecting fraudsters instead of investigating them, and it was purposeful. And it's no coincidence that this is occurring largely in the Somali community. Walz made a sanctuary state.
Yeah, I know you're
Minnesota,
in a terrible
sanctuary
mood.
state. He gave free health care, free college, and free licenses to illegals. And Walz looked the other way when Somali immigrants were stealing. Representative Robbins, do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
So all three of you have no doubt in your minds that Tim Walz knew about the $9 billion of fraud during his tenure as governor and did nothing about it. It looks like my time is about to expire, and I do want to say to all of you, on behalf of Minnesota, thank you for being here.
Which
and
side are you
justice
on,
will be
cats?
served.
Do you like cats
Thank
or
you,
dogs?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this one is really pretty incredible. It was crazy to watch. Even to see, it was kind of crazy. Um, there's a lot of people like complaining a little bit about what happened in Venezuela. I saw. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and listen to that. I thought it was interesting, so I want to listen to it. I want to actually listen to it. It's but so there was a small debate between Andrew and Rob Noor. Let me go ahead and find it. I want to go ahead and look at that one because I thought it was pretty interesting. Weird. I don't know what was that about. A boot. By the way, if you haven't seen Cool Vic with Rob Noor, I recommend it. Pretty interesting debate. I'll be working a little bit while I do this.
Hey everyone, a reminder coming up January 10th, we have Word War 1. That's going to be at ACX1 studio in Atlantic City. Tickets still available at wordwarddebate.com. However, don't fret if you can't get out there and you're busy. It will be streamed everywhere that Word War has a social media account. So you'll be able to find the stream live on X, Word War Debate on YouTube, Word War Debate on Rumble. And good news for this first event, that's right, the entire event will be free. Tune in January 10th. It's going to be starting around 2 p.m. We got 3 excellent debates coming up, so all major platforms.
I'm Team Dog. We recently got a cat, and I can go ahead and do a cat. Would you want to do a cat versus dog debate?
Man, look at this guy, Andrew PPF. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you, Rob?
Oh, yelling at people. How's the day going?
It's going. I got up at the crack of noon.
So that Living
but anyway,
life, baby. Yep.
That's right. Well, I went live last night covering the Maduro thing in the wee hours of the morning. So what's your take? People are telling me I got to call in because you got an oppositional take, which immediately means that you're fired, and I hate you.
I know. Great. Finally, now I can talk shit. I'm about to fucking the Crucible jacket I have. I'm about to take just pictures of me in that jacket. No, my take is.
What did Chatter said? Wood. I said wood.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
My take is that two things. One, I'm against interventionism because I think that the United States has proven themselves to be incompetent and not benevolent in these interventions in my entire adult life. That would be Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and the list goes on and on. And I think that it'll be the same boondoggle here. But secondly, if we are going to accept, and I'm willing to hear this, like, fuck it, man, we're the United States. We want your oil, we'll take your fucking oil. I'm willing to accept that. If it's going to be, we got the might, that's what makes right. The problem I have with that is, why is it only with foreign policy? There's so much that Trump could be doing with that might back home. For example, if part of this is about stopping China, and because of their influence in places like Venezuela and fentanyl, why is Trump doing this and throwing the balls out on the table saying, look who I am? And then, out of the other side of his mouth going, well, we have to accept 500,000 Chinese students because otherwise the very universities that we should be defunding would be harmed. That's the problem I have, the lack of consistent message and the focus on foreign policy over domestic issues, which I think doesn't signal America first.
Yeah, are you familiar with the history of Venezuela at all?
Yeah, Chavez, nationalizing the oil regimes, taking away oil access from U.S. companies that rightfully owned it, the communism.
Well, they had a major issue.
I wonder how Rob feels about Bugattis. I don't know about that one. Everything is your fault and you're the worst. I mean, you can lose a debate, it's fine, okay? I win that debate, I have 4 cats, 2 dogs, 3 daughters, and 1 wife. My god, I need a friend. Jesus. No roof loots. No roof loots. I wonder how Roth feels about Bugattis. I think I already read that one. Every time someone blames Cat for something now, it'll become my fault, and I will fight you. Yeah, the Bugatti fallacy. Damn, I should have used the Bugatti fallacy. I don't know why I didn't brought it up. My bad. Should have used it. Just forgot. I just forgot it was a possibility. I'm gonna go ahead here because we need space for the hat. Forgot the hat. I'm making an Abe pixel art for whenever he's not been feeling well lately, and he said that if he asked me if I was willing to do like a pixel art character for him to use like mine, and I said yeah, of course. Been a little bit down on the weather with the whole thing with the flooding, and I think he's still not out of it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it, but I'm doing it a little bit more high poly than I usually would, and I'm okay with that. I think it's pretty awesome. What is the idea? And I'm still waiting for somebody to request that I make a Bugatti. Maybe. Not true, it's just a joke. Maybe Voltaire will be like, no, it's immoral to request a Bugatti from Emmet. One ought not to request a Bugatti. Now I have a transcendental racism argument now. It's 100% real and it's actually good to me. Yeah. That's pretty much where I ended up. It was like, yeah, you agree. I agree with you. You convinced me. It's real. It's based. To be fair, that part I was kind of joking. I don't think it's my idea or the argument I was making was kind of a transcendental-ish argument. I was trying to explain that there are things that cannot exist, kind of. But yeah. I want a Bugatti with Gordon Ramsay driving it. The full Bugatti fallacy.
Which was an economic issue that Chavez
Alguien
brought
delató la
in.
posición
So
de
most
tu jefe en ese
economies
momento.
have
Oh my
some
God.
sort of diversification, right? Something. They have some kind of diversification going on. Chavez actually purposely eliminated diversification of economy via policy in Venezuela. But he did it on purpose. Nobody had ever seen anything like it because, it's a crazy policy, right? But that's what he did. And it was the main reason the economy there completely tanked out. And what's been happening, and this is true, that this has been happening for about 20 years, is the black market became emergent in Venezuela. So it's such a huge black market. That's where everybody goes and they turn their money in for US dollars. They actually go to the black market to do that because the communists there can't set the exchange rate correctly.
Mhm.
So they always set it too high. The black market gives you a better deal in the exchange rate for their own currency, which is hilarious. But anyway, one of the main exports that they do have from black market exports is cooks and chefs and everything else that do make drugs. That is in fact true. It is in fact true. And this particular raid that happened, my understanding is that they only use the military as a shield to get law enforcement in to execute an arrest warrant. There doesn't seem like there's any kind of like widespread nothing going on there right now.
Well, okay, in general, I do think that this is primarily a law enforcement action. That I'll agree with. But I mean, it's not as if like they just like there was bombs dropped and there were obviously people. I think we'll find out. I mean, this could be wrong, but I think it's safe to say that there were probably people that were killed. It doesn't look like on the U.S. side, which is great, but I take the point. Fine, this was a sort of law
So far,
enforcement
the casualty reported is a possibility, a potential that a 24-year-old girl was killed, but that's not confirmed. It looks like it looked like it may be completely bloodless.
That's incredible if true. But
it looks like it might be completely bloodless. They had action. The reason they moved on it is because they had actionable intel that he was being moved into a steel compound. So as they were moving him into this steel compound, that's when they went in and got him. You know what I mean? You
go further than that. I also heard that like Maduro foolishly put like half the military on leave for the holidays. It's like maybe not the best move when you see the posturing. And I'll say this, and I have said this: if it is as it seems, you.
So, was that Taco PN? I don't want Abigail. All right. Oh, you're gonna go ahead and leave radio if that's the case. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. Stupid live chat. I don't know why I have to change it every single time. Are putting forced tonight. Think something went down. Possible. Was that Taco PN? It was Taco PN. How much for a Bugatti pixel art? I will go 50 because it's complicated. And I'm not great at doing cars. Yeah, I think this looks okay. But like the shapes. Yeah, I'm making the animated head for Emmett. For Abe. That's the idea. I want digital art of Gordon Ramsay driven a Bugatti to use as my virtual camera when I annihilate Volt. Yeah, of course. Anything you want. Your wish is my command when it comes to art. Thank God. It's fine. Cat's getting spicy for Emmet, third person. I wish you'd admit for the secondary beer. There's no secondary beer cage. I wish you would admit to that there's not, and I would just, you would accept that you lost that one. You had to rely on unreliable sources of information, of things you really didn't understand, didn't know about. But it's fine. We'll get there sometime. I can probably do this head. I just feel like it needs to be like that. I like it. Go ahead and eliminate a little bit of this. Okay, that's scope. My mom would absolutely love talking to you. Okay? But you never have talked to my mom. So that's just pure cope. Okay, let's go ahead and do another layer. Let's change the palette and let's start working on these real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and put up a little bit more of the discussion they had.
And not criticize the way that the mission was carried out. The problem I still have is with the mission itself. I do not like this interventionism, even if it's from countries like this that clearly have screwed over the United States in a litany of ways. In fact, I would say that the United Kingdom has screwed over the United States in more ways and has more negative influence right now in a litany of other countries, Mexico, Colombia, etc.
Yeah, but we can't just black bag a European leader and all those rights. You actually can do that in a South American nation. You actually can just black bag a leader, and suddenly things in that country drastically change.
That's true. Obviously, there has to be a practical sense to this. You have to be pragmatic.
Certainly.
Like the United States can't go to war with everyone or just, take Keir Starmer. I get it, but it's not just that simple either. Yes, we black bag, but you hear Trump today. Well, this means that the United States is going to take over Venezuela in the short term until there's a transition. Now, this is similar language that we heard with Afghanistan. We were celebrating the victory in Afghanistan within a few years, and yet we were there 20 years. And what this leads to is, at the very minimum, if we're really concerned, this isn't about drugs. It's more about the oil and stuff, which I think you would agree. But even to the extent that drugs are a good side effect that we're going to be limiting them, how can we justify the domestic issues we're seeing?
Well, it's actually limiting the mass migration.
I wonder if there's
so 1/3 of Venezuela has left that nation since the years of Chavez. Like a full 1/3, and it was increasing drastically.
Oh, yeah,
feed themselves.
very
Where the
dark
fuck were they
hair.
going, Rob?
Who gives a fuck? I don't care.
They're going here. They were going
Not
here.
now. Not now. Trump secured the border. They ain't coming in now. Fuck them.
Yeah, right.
So,
but I mean, if you want to limit future domestic immigration, you don't want an outpouring. Same thing happened in Guatemala. Guatemala poured out over 1/3 of its nation into the United States. 1/3 of them into the U.S.
All of this is true, but my solution to this isn't then we owe it in this country to go and fix other countries' problems. Because the truth is, and you know this, it doesn't matter how good or stable those countries are. If a Democratic administration gets back in power, the floodgates open again. And we're going to see the exact same millions, even if they're not from the exact same countries, but you'll still see people in Venezuela be like, shit, Joe Biden 2.0? Hell yeah, I'll flood in. So the focus should be back home. And instead, the past 5 months of the Trump administration have clearly been the foreign policy presidency. Meanwhile, do you have any
Yeah, but
doubt?
if you can cleanly do this, just like he cleanly went in and out of Iran, that was clean. If he can cleanly black bag this guy, and Venezuela has a stable market economy again because they have somebody in there who's worth a shit, that is a huge W.
But if it's that
I mean, you
easy, why
agree
stay?
with that, right?
Yes,
What's
but
that?
why didn't Trump come out today and say it's all good, we're leaving? Instead, he said, no, we have to maintain.
Well,
a
but what is
presence.
he leaving? He's leaving, a couple thousand troops in a very small naval detachment. Like, this is not a war brigade that's there. It's a very, very small detachment.
But I mean, the same thing could be said of Syria. We only
This is true, and I think this is interesting. Now, what I think Andrew says after, because I did listen a little bit about this, makes a lot of sense too. One of the big problems in the Middle East is that it's the Middle East, and we're dealing with complete crazy people there. Like, you cannot deal with crazy. You have to deal with crazy people, because they are crazy. And in this specific case, Venezuelans are, well, they're also crazy, but they're not as crazy as the Muslims. So it is what it is. I did wrote her a letter, and she AOL instant messaged me back. I can't even. I don't know what to say.
had a couple thousand people there, and look at the boondoggle that's led to. So
Yeah, but geopolitics in the Middle East are way different.
Well,
So
yes.
in the Middle East, we got to deal with the fact that these are unrealistic, unreasonable Muslim cousin fuckers, and that brings a whole new dimension into it, the religion aspect. These people in Venezuela are Catholics, and they're not unreasonable. They're not like they're not people who can't be reasoned with. They're not people who are so dogmatic that that you can't do changes like this, and they get embraced quickly. And we've done in South America, we do actually have a history of regime change where it actually works out in our favor pretty well. Middle East, not so much.
I mean, Africa not so much either, right? Libya,
Yep,
we can see
yep.
that. But
But Africa's Muslim. Africa's Muslim, that's why.
Okay, let's say, even if it would work out, I'm tired. It is clear that the hyper-focus from both of the parties in this country have been America last. And when I'm voting for someone like Donald Trump that's America first, I want him to focus on domestic issues. Right now in the news cycle, we have this story that is actually momentum to get normies to fucking hate the mass
I broke
migration
the
that we
Emmet.
see with the
Yep,
Somalian daycare
you
story.
did.
Be honest.
To be
Any
honest,
doubt that
it's like-
Republicans in this next budget are going to continue to fund refugees for billions of dollars, and Trump's going to sign that bill. I could handle Trump's big balls overseas if domestically he's doing the right things, but he
Like,
is not.
if you did
and
that-
it is clear that although it is hypothetically true,
props
we
to
can
you.
do both. They won't do both. And the reason is because if you're someone like Trump that's dealing with such amount of corruption, you have to be hyper-focused and be spending your energy on the most efficient ways. And he's been doing the opposite. And this is one of the biggest boondoggles that's going to take up so much of his time, change the national
Well, wait a
conversation.
second. Let me ask you a question. Let's say that you're President Rob Noor.
Okay.
You have to have bipartisan support for any of the localized U.S. bills that you want to pass, right?
Mhm.
That you do. There's no way you're going to get that for immigration status. That's just not going to happen.
Then veto
There's
everything.
no way there's no way you're going to get that for refugee status either, right? But you might be able to do something utilizing your presidential powers elsewhere. If that's all you can do, is that what you do?
No, because yes, hypothetically, to answer your question, yes would be the answer. You obviously, if you can't change everything, you make the incremental changes that you're capable of and then live to fight another day. That's true.
Right.
My argument is, but there are incremental fights that you could be making. For example, you could say, fuck you, I'm vetoing the budget bill that gives one dime to any foreigner. That's number one. Trump won't do it. Secondly, you could say, even if I can't get bills passed, what I can do is pressure people into saying, particularly in my party, that their stance is unattainable and that we're going to make the American people, particularly Trump voters, outraged at someone
Emmett.
like Tom Emmer,
She
who's
did
in
broke me a
charge
little
of the
bit there.
Somalia caucus, or
Was like,
outraged
what kind
at all
of
these Republicans that are funding this
old
shit. And we'll primary. And Trump
technology?
threatens this all the time. But he's threatening to primary people who I don't particularly have affinity for, like Thomas Massey, but not the neocons. He's not threatening to primary the people that are pushing these bills that are billions of dollars to Somalians and all this other stuff. So I think that it seems to me that the clearest example or the clearest explanation of what's going on here is Trump actually likes some of these illegals. That's why when Trump was out there the other day saying, wow, yeah, 500,000 Chinese, that's okay. And I saw these illegals at this battery plant in North Carolina, and actually we need them. And a lot of these farms, we can't just deport these people. It is clear that the people that have his ear right now are saying, well, actually, we need migration. We need it. We need H-1Bs. We got to be hesitant on a lot of these illegals. And this is just another example. It's just the neocon agenda. This is Lindsey Graham's foreign policy and domestic
Yeah,
policy.
I'm not going to give you a huge fight there because it's true, right? You are correct that, and a lot of that, as you know, has to do with farm subsidies.
Right.
It literally has to do with, there's a huge kind of political arm when it comes to lobbying from farmers. People don't really realize how big of a lobbying arm that really is. It's such a large lobbying arm that they can demand endless subsidies and actually get them. And so, there's always going to be bipartisan support for visas for people to work cheap labor on farmland. Like this, there's nothing we're ever going to be able to do about that. You could maybe, institute something like Bush tried to do where they come in and they go home. It's just that they never go home, right? That's what happens. They just don't fucking go back home. So that's true. I agree with that. On the domestic side of things, I'm not sure what Trump can do, though. His hands seem totally tied when it comes to immigration. You say he can veto the bill. Well, Congress can override the veto, and they will. And then he gets egg on his face.
But if that's
it's like you got to be careful here.
But imagine the other part, though. Imagine like the MAGA base, and like if that would be the best thing that could happen, to be honest, right? If so many. This was one of my arguments against ending the filibuster. The truth is the rhino Trump-hating Republicans in Senate, right? They don't want to end the filibuster because...
Okay, so ending the filibuster is a bad idea. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that want to do this thing as fast as possible. I am one of the people that think that doing this fast should be a possibility. One of the reasons I enjoy monarchy is that at one point, if things need to be changed, you could use the power of the monarchy or the power of the monarch to override things that like the lords were doing that were completely insane, right? Because you care about the whole country. So if you have a lord that is just being insane about his demands or whatever he's saying, you would just override him. That's the point of what you can do in a monarchical sense. You can actually override people like that. And I think that's correct. That's a thing that should happen in some cases. Especially in cases where you have this kind of problems with the interest, right? You have different interests, you have different people wanting different things, and you can have a problem with the nation in and of itself if you don't fix the different problems that you're going to be having. So it is a little bit of a problem if you don't have an authoritative person or arm that is willing to make the overrides. Now, the problem with the system right now is that you don't want it because the system is still too unstable. You don't know who's going to be the next person who's going to be ruling over. If you think that you do, you are killing yourself. There's no way anybody knows. It's just an impossibility right now. Nobody knows who is going to be the next president or the next person in charge of the White House. It is that way, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are, right? Depending on where you are in the political spectrum. But it is true that you don't know and they don't know. You know who's gonna be elder? Who is it going to be? Because I'm pretty sure nobody knows as of right now who is gonna be the next big dog in the house. um, I believe that there is a possibility. I'm gonna keep it secret. Trump wants BlackRock to stop buying houses. I saw that. That was a good thing that he just announced. He also announced that he wanted to get rid of income tax, which is an also good thing, and property taxes, which is also a great thing. I am even dude. He needs one good year. If this year is way better than what people are expecting, even if it's just a little bit, things are gonna turn around real quick. But he needs this year, and it's gonna be hard because this is also when you need to win the house. Um, this might be horrible to say, and I say it in a very bad, like in a in a sad way, because I don't think it's a good thing to say, but it is very possible that thanks to Charlie, which I hope, I would prefer he was with us still, but it's possible that thanks to Charlie we're gonna win those two, and it's gonna get better. But at the end of the day, we don't know. There's no way to know. Damn, I'm liking how Abe is looking. I'll go ahead and do a small shadow. No. It's better. It's fun the cool things you can do when you have an actual good reference. I'll go a little bit darker. This has been this past year. I'm gonna start coping for a second here. This past year has been really a crazy year. I'm glad it's over. Okay. My hope and my cope, in a sense. I obviously don't know the future. I'm not a sometimes prophet. So it's very hard for me to actually know the future. But my hope is that this year that's coming, it's gonna be really awesome. And we're gonna have a really good time in general. Despite this year sucked big time, yeah. Yeah, it was not great. I was like, it's probably the worst year of my life. I have good things that happened to me. I had karaoke. I had a lot of support from people in the internet. I learned I learned things. Finished my career. I'm an artist now. But my God, was it hard? You're correct. There is, in fact, plenty to be grateful for. I'm not trying to be ungrateful. I'm just... the reminiscence, right? Trying to think about the year. 2025 was hard. I'm probably gonna change my own to something like this a little bit later on. The past year has sucked. I wasn't expecting the first week this year to have to beat someone's ass. It is what it is. Don't complain or God will give you a lot of quail to eat and then you'll be bleeding out your nose like the Israelites when they came out of Egypt.
They use the fact that they need 60 votes to justify the fact they do nothing.
Well, most of us have our limbs our side of here. Yeah, I'm not being ungrateful. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to explain that it was not a great day. Sorry, not day, a great year. It was really hard in general. There's a lot of good things that happened. It's just the bad things were really hard. Oh, crap.
The truth is they don't want Trump's agenda. So if the filibuster ended, all of a sudden they could no longer hide behind that. It would be like, okay, you have the votes, now do it. And then what you would find is, actually you don't have the votes because enough Republicans don't agree. So if, for example, Trump said,
yeah, but if your veto gets overridden, though, you look weak.
Well, that's
you look
true.
like you have no power. It looks like you don't have any supporters. I mean, from an optics standpoint, that's real bad. You don't generally want to have a veto overridden.
I agree with you, but disagree at the same time. Everything you say here is absolutely correct. However, Trump is unique. And what that would show is even his own party does not believe in the agenda. Particularly if he said, my veto's for one reason, not one more dime to these illegal foreigners. Not one more. Not one more for refugees. And so take that portion out of the bill. And if Republicans said, nah, dog, we can't do that, we'll override the veto, then the primaries would be insane. Trump could say, fair enough, this party no longer supports me, and so I'm going to use my bully pulpit to radically change the party by promoting primary challenges to each and every person that voted to override the veto. And
yeah, sure, but moving into the midterms, you know, people have a very short attention span, and moving into midterm elections, if Trump has a veto, he puts a veto in, it gets overridden. Even the people who then said, no, I was voting with Trump, right? People will give their angst to them too and still vote for the Democrat. You know, fuck this party, in other words. Fuck this party. They won't do anything that we want anyway. Fuck these guys. You know what I mean? They're not paying attention. Most people don't pay attention to the micro. They're not going to actually research each individual politician, what they voted for. People just don't operate that way. They operate off of a party political lens. That's the dialectic. And so I think if Trump started an internal conflict with the Republican Party coming into the midterms, especially over veto powers when it comes to him vetoing bills and it gets overridden, I think a lot of his actual core supporters who he can rely on, that would actually hurt them in the midterms when people became frustrated with the Republican Party.
Even if that was hypothetically true, I don't think that what would happen would be that it would even be necessary to get to the veto stage. I think the truth is it's not just a matter of Trump begrudgingly saying, fuck, I got to sign this bill that's $5 billion for refugee. I think Trump wants it. And I think if Trump said, look, no, don't put that in the bill. Yes, you're right that it's a game of chicken at that point, that your Tom Emmers of the world and your Lindsey Grahams of the world will say, but we want that shit. That's how we get kickbacks to ourselves. And that's how our lobbyists get cheap labor, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you're right. That's what so it become a game of chicken. But those people also realize, like, well, we would be fucked too, right? And this will put this issue at the forefront. And the establishment doesn't want this. They don't want this fight to come head on. If the battle line's going to be drawn and it's going to be like, this is it. This is the end of it. We are literally coming out as clear as day and saying, it's a uniparty, baby. It's it. Uniparty 101. foreigners matter most. And we're willing to die on this hill as Republicans in Congress to say, nope, fuck you, MAGA, fuck you, Trump, foreigners matter more. If they don't want that to be the battle line. They don't. And you're right. I think what would happen would ultimately be this would massively cost Republicans in the midterms. But even Democrats would be frightened because they know that there would then be a third party that would come about that would be like, that's it. There has been an announcement of uniparty. So there could be a party or at least momentum that comes out that says, we are the fuck the immigrants party. We're the only people that give a shit. And so I don't
I don't know about this idea either of the emergence of a third party. I'm not sure that that's a great idea. You remember
well, it wouldn't be. It would be a revamp of the Republican Party is what it would be.
Yeah, that we would need. That's a good idea, revamp. But that's already happening, right? Influencers are actually beginning to change the ideas around Republican platforms. So that's very helpful. That's going to take a couple of years, but it is very helpful. But a third party, I think, is a bad idea. You remember back in the Clinton, it was Clinton Pro, and and the reason Clinton won was because he split the vote. Pro split the vote, right?
Hit the ears. I love Pro.
Yeah, and so it ended up. Yeah, I liked him too. Ross Perot, wasn't it? But he split the vote, and so you can end up in these crazy.
Really sad, just really quickly. I think I have to make a hard decision soon. The decision to feel this a few times always get harder, never easier. It never happens. God, I lost. What did you lose? My second dog in the malls have to make a decision for. I've not been able to have another dog since last one. It broke my heart. Yeah. God bless you, doggy. Like, it sucks that it's happening. I'm sorry for it. We're not invincible, we're not weak. Now make me stop. Come here, let's have a discussion. Yeah, tears are not bad. You're a girl, you're allowed to have them. It's never about. One of the things that I've learned is that it's never about the tears. We have stuff that happens to us all the time. And sometimes crying is fine. Like, that's the one thing I'll give to cynicism. Did Emmett tell Rob Nord that he didn't like getting stray bullets tonight? I didn't get any stray bullets. He just attacked my position, which is fine. I can agree with that. Like, I don't think it was super. He's like, oh, it's such a dumb thing to say. I was like, okay. I guess it is. Can't cry on the stream. Someone will clip it. I'll private the stream immediately. I don't think it's gonna get clipped. But I was challenging to a debate. I shot at the booster once and it attacked me and it took my hair off. I was saying he's on timeout and you paused him in video, he said.
These situations where like people get 10% of the vote and still win. You know, it's like that could create all kinds of problems too, like it does in the UK. So I'm not sure that that moving out of the 2-party system is actually any better.
Well, I agree with you. The 3-party. The problem is, like, we are set up to the way where unless we are 70 years away from having win after win after win to have viable third parties at the national level. I totally agree with that. So when I say third party, what I mean is that you would see a revolt inside the Republican Party because they would have came out and said, we are a uniparty. At that point, I just imagine the balls it would take. Imagine the balls it would take 3/4 of like Republicans to come out and be like, well, you know what? Actually, we disagree, Trump. We really want to continue to fund Somalians. I mean, the outrage of every single one of their voters would be like, wait, what? Right now, they hide like Tom Ender under the veil of, we're outraged. We're outraged by what Walz did here. Oh my goodness, this is terrible.
But I just gotta, like, from the pragmatic side here, right, coming into midterms, if you knew that if you began a primary function said the Republican Party betrayed you, you're voting Donald Trump, you know, this is the thing you're going to vote for, even if it's true. If you're in Trump's shoes, would you rather at least have the party be Republican that you're the head of, who gets in the midterms, or they all get fucking dunked on by Democrats and Democrats take their seats? Trump knows then he's a lame duck president. He's not going to be able to pass nothing.
Well,
and so it's like, I don't know, from a pragmatic position, if I'm Donald Trump, I'm not going to be during the midterms trying to fight too hard politically against my own party, because I know that if they don't at least retain X amount of seats, I'm not going to be able to do shit for the last few years of my presidency.
Okay, so I don't think it would play out this way that Republicans would fight back and override a veto like that. But let's say hypothetically that would happen. Yeah, you're right. Of course I would rather have Republicans. And if I'm Trump, I'd rather have Republicans. But then the same criticism becomes this. We just had what would be the most positive news cycle for Republicans in the midterms that's completely stamped out because Trump decides to bomb Venezuela and black bag Maduro. So if it's really about, look, we need to have slow incremental victories on the inexorable march to Republicans winning, as we as influencers can change them from within, I agree that's not a bad strategy, but then why take away your best news cycles? And Trump
wait a second, though. This will be forgotten about in a week. Is that what you mean? Like, he should have held off on hitting Maduro. They should have held off on Maduro until the midterms? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, no, but you're right. Again, you are right in this, that yes, the news cycle's so fast that we'll be talking about something different in 2 weeks. True. But what this illustrates is we should have been talking about the Somalians this week and next week and the week after, just like we should have been talking about Charlie Kirk. But Trump's administration, look, Trump has no help. The Republicans in Congress suck. They deserve the majority of the blame. But you have to cast blame on Trump and his administration for this. They are incapable of taking to the illogical extent a news cycle. We should still be talking about assassination against Trump and Charlie Kirk. That should be every single day. The violence of the left. And somehow within 2 weeks, they allowed Jimmy Kimmel to be the victim of the Charlie Kirk thing. Same thing here. You're given this golden platter, this Somali story. You run with it every fucking day. And now they're out there and they're going to be talking about Maduro. And they're going to be talking about Venezuela. And they're going to be talking about Iran. And the American people don't give a shit. In fact, this is going to be unpopular. Majority of people aren't going to think this is popular. This doesn't help Republicans in the midterm. It only harms them. And so I think now you're right that the silver lining is
flew over me while I was cruising my boat down the lake, and
good, Republicans will win. That's the truth. We know it, and so no one will give a shit about this story 2 months before the midterms. But nonetheless, they should have been hyper-focused on the domestic issues, and those would have been wins,
Well, I think on the Somali thing, you have a good point there. But I'm not sure that the news cycle is going to go away from that because alternative media got involved. So the mainstream media came in and said, no, we looked into all these claims and you know what? after looking into these claims, we found out that they're false. And then you see what they did to look into the claims, and all they did was pull up some public records. That was it, right? They didn't really look into them at all, especially not CBS. So it was. I mean, it was.
Well, Brian Shapiro disagrees with you. He called in last night to let me know.
It was a total joke. Yeah, I know. He was trying to stalk me on my channel too.
I heard.
You know?
I didn't know you were.
And
after me.
Why is he still going to your channel? I thought he had big things to do. He had to go like do Chris Cuomo thing. He was arguing with me in DMs. He said, "Hey man, what actually the most offensive thing to me is when you said that guy Rob Norris is as big as I am." And I was like, "I'm sorry, bro. He's got a much bigger live stream than you." He's like, "I do 1,000 live viewers on YouTube." I said, "No, you fucking don't. Shut up, Brian." He got so mad, dude.
Dude, I would leave Brian call in every day because it's gold for my channel. And like I treat him in a way that he would never reciprocate. I go on his show, he's muting me. I leave him go on his 4-minute soliloquies that's just moving the goalpost over and over. But one of the things I think's funny is he constantly wants to like make things personal with me. He comes in saying, "Your audience is stupid, you're stupid."
I did call you a feather fucker.
Now by the end of this conversation we're having last night, he starts, he brings up you again, and he does this whole like, "I'm not like you and Andrew. I don't need my audience to say that I won debates," blah blah blah. It's sort of implying like a vanity or like sort of low self-esteem or something that we need to build ourselves
up. He doesn't need to worry about it. His audience would never do that.
That's what I said. I was like, well, 2 things to say about this. One, no one's going to say that because you lost, so they're not going to say you won. And secondly, I was like, the implication here seems to be that you're saying we're low self-esteem. And I was like, Brian, I sometimes we're hyperbolic, like when you're debating someone, you say, "You're the most partisan person I've ever seen, blah, 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 blah." But I was like, I say this with no hyperbole. I truly mean this. I have never interacted with someone on these online spaces that has less self-esteem than you. Like your constant need for validation. I'm like, Brian, you were texting me over the holidays to say I'm an American. My phone number, not a public message, my personal cell phone. You texted me to say I'm an American Fest and I'm a big deal and I'm debating Jack Posobiec and you're fucking nothing. You're a worthless. I'm like, you literally, me and Andrew are in your head so bad. You keep saying I'm bigger than you, and yet you're watching every day. And yet you're calling in every day. And he's like, how dare you? How dare you make it personal? That's all you do, Brian. Like, and I don't mind it. I'm not whining. You want to call me fat? You want to say that I low self-esteem, that I'm stupid, that I need to brag and say I won debates? I don't give a fuck. I'll keep talking to you.
Okay, sorry, I've been a little bit quiet. I'm just working on this.
It's truly one of the most astonishing things I've ever seen.
Damn,
a person who knows so bad that they got blown the fuck out, that they're desperately seeking for a win of some sort. And so while they'll simultaneously tell you, you're a nobody, no one gives a fuck about you, but I'm tuning in every day and calling in every day. It's like, methinks that your actions belie your words in that case, so.
Yeah, I think I think with Shapiro, like, just give him time. I think over a couple of months, he'll, I don't know, he'll start to get it and stop spurting out so bad. I don't know for sure. You know what I mean? Because he's I tell him this all, you're a very excitable fellow.
Yes.
A very excitable fellow. So the thing is like, I don't care though. Let Spargio do what he does. But that aside, I'm going to let you go because I know you're getting the hell out of here.
Yes.
So I appreciated the conversation. Obviously I won this debate.
Yeah.
And that's because I need my self-esteem boost. Anyway, thanks, Rob. I'll see you, bro.
Yep, I'll be raiding over to your stream to tell you what a piece of shit you are next time for saying you won.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
All right, take it easy, Andrew. We'll see you.
You too.
Well, I'm fired, I guess. Oh, shit.
Okay, let's see how it works. He called it a feather fucker after that. Deserved it. I think the conversation was pretty good in general. I don't care. I'm gonna be completely honest about this. There's one reason I don't care. The only reason I don't care is I think the Venezuela stuff is fine. If it was completely, if there was nobody died, like if if it's as clean as they're saying, my God, who the hell is gonna want to to talk to any of them, right? It's so bad. Okay, I think this looks pretty good. Should we try it out? Oh, let's do the hat. Yeah, I just need one. So let's do the hat. Let me change my head. Try it out. Hmm. Am I listening to myself?
Today we are kit bashing a captain in Terminator armor because this one is boring and everybody has this one and I want to be special. So let's get right into it. We're going to basically be taking the Leviathan captain because he's got the fancy little cape at the back and all we're really taking from him is that back. In my case, the iron halo had already snapped off, so I'm just going to neaten it up. We're going to put something else there later on. I'm going to start with the Deathwing Knight Master, which is the Sergeant of the Deathwing Knights, and we're just going to assemble his legs as per the instructions. We're also, for that
I'm gonna be doing that pretty soon. Pretty happy. Now one pixel art of me flipping the beard at a duck. That's pretty cool. Capacity? What am I doing? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's go here. I'm gonna add these. Take away these. If I take it off, that's fine. It's fine. Go with pure black over here. And then we're gonna go with a little bit of lighter dark gray. Go over here. Add another line and then another line. All the way to there. And then we're gonna move these down. Okay, we're gonna be there we go. Okay. Let's try it out. Your face is pixel art. I mean, hi. Hello, Grumple. How are you doing today? Oh, okay.
Dark Angel's feel gonna take his tabard, you know, the front part of the Terminator upper body with the little tabard, and we're gonna glue that to the legs and then check the Leviathan Terminator back against it. You can see a little gap there. We need to lose some plastic to afford us the space to make this sit nice and flush. So I'm gonna take a little bit out of the leg at a time and check up and see how well it's fitting. I don't want to overdo this, so we're just gonna shave a small amount and then keep checking until it fits.
Yeah, I'm starting to gonna do that next time. Man, it's gonna take like another 2 weeks. I think I started getting sick just like I didn't drink enough water today. Now paying the price. It is what it is. Kinda sucks though. Hope you feel better soon. Okay. So it's bigger than the one I have right now, obviously. I'm gonna go ahead and make the exports that I need to do. If I take this out, doesn't matter. It does. Okay. I'm gonna do the exports that I need to do real quick, and we're gonna try these in a moment. I like it. Abe Juan Lincoln. It's just Abe Lincoln. Look at that sombrero. Yeah, if anybody wants pixel art, as always, you can call me, commission me. That's what it means. Let's continue watching him
Once
doing
the fit
this.
looks good enough, we're gonna glue the back into place. I think I actually used a plastic clip to to kind of hold the two pieces together whilst the glue was curing. But the fit is good enough, and once the glue kind of melts into itself, it'll be absolutely fine.
We'll probably use a
Next,
little bit of
to fill in this
green
kind
stuff
of gap
to fix that.
and also identify it as Dark Angels, we're taking the little hit plates from the Dark Angels upgrade sprue and we're going to be putting that onto this guy.
I have a lot of fun doing this. Now, the ones that I'm going to build are pre-built. I'm not going to be doing all the kit bashing that he's doing. Maybe that's going to come later. But that's going to be interesting. Okay, let's try this. We're going to start with the sombrero, and we're going to move back down. We're going to export it. Export us. We're going to do the 400. It's fine. We're going to do choose file. We're going to go ahead and do... look, Kulvik. We're going to go ahead and do... this is my... yeah, M drive. And then... work. And then... go I think it's work. Yeah. Okay. Things I've done. And I'm going to make a new folder. I call it Abe Talk. And this is just gonna be Abe hat. I'm gonna go with save. And now is things PNG, yeah, visible layers, selected layers, gonna be this one. All frames, selected frames. Board, yes, perfect. And the same with this is together with the eyes. We want to do the gifts last. It's gonna be mouth closed. Board as same thing. Visible layers, select frames, sport, yes, okay. And this is just face. Nope. Board, yes. Then we're gonna do the mouth. This. Board as. Mouth moving, export. Wait, no. File. Board as. GIF. Board, yes. Okay. And finally, we're gonna do the eyes. No, both. File. Export. As. Eyes. Visible layers, select frames, yes. Thank you for the likes. Off to bed. God night. Good night. Good night, War Radio. Thank you for passing by. You're awesome. So I kind of told one of my colleagues that they suck at their job on Christmas, and he put his final notice in yesterday. Coincidence? I don't think it's a coincidoinky. Let's be honest here. Man, I want to do that so badly.
As you can see, we got an issue with the one on his right hip. It does not fit. So we're going to take a scalpel to that and kind of get the right sort of angle and compare it. And funnily enough, I feel like the initial cut was pretty good. I don't want to mess up too much, so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to take off any more plastic, and we're going to glue that into position.
Oh, he's using...
Next, it was a hard choice, but this little iron halo is on every Deathwing Knight Master. I felt maybe to differentiate our boy a little bit, we would just get rid of it. And now we're moving on to the shield from the Chaplain Interminator armor kit. This obviously isn't usable in the captain's profile, but rule of cool, it's going to look great. So we're going to first of all trim off this little skeleton. He's too generic, he's too boring, but we do want this nice little part of the banner that's going to kind of flow across the front of the shield. So after neatening that up and gluing that to the shield, we're left with this. So how do we fill that gap? Well, this little icon is for vehicles, I think. It's from the old Dark Angels veteran box, the firstborn box. And we're just going to take some pliers to it. We're going to
I'm
take some
so
clippers
sad.
to it. We're gonna
I
get
don't
rid of
have
the
any of that
wings
crap.
so that this...
But it's funny. It's funny to watch really good artist work. Anyway, let me go ahead and create the scene. Now, you're gonna look at anything, right? For a moment. It's fine. You can still hear me. You're gonna still hear whatever's going on in the background. Let's go ahead and get everything set up. That's the first thing I need to do. I think the most important tool to have for anything like that is a decent set of flush cutters. Yes. I think everything is part of it. Yeah, let's go with the eyes. I'm gonna go with mouth closed now. And then we go with mouth open. It looks a little bit weird, it's fine. Finally, I'll add the hat. I think I can do a little thing here. Screen. And then I'm gonna do the screen. Wait, I don't like that. So okay, center to screen is fine. I have to do the transformation. It's a little bit annoying because I have to do one by one, but it's fine. I think is It's too big. Yes, too big. Go with do the face instead. Good 1,000. What happened? A 1,000 is fine. We're gonna do 1,000. Okay. Let's do 1,000 for everyone. Okay. We're gonna go center. Oh, we can just select everyone. Okay. All right, there we go. Let's do a little bit of transform, form, form. $78. Okay. Kind of annoying. It needs to be done. Filters. Oh, not that one. Form. Yeah. And then the final thing is filters. Is it a filter? Oh, it's source. Let me check my own real quick. Mouse movement. So. Oh, image reaction. And this is silence. I'm talking. And I can just remove these two. Down. Um, form. Form. This 1000. There, close. So this should work now. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm drifting off here. It's bedtime for Bonzo. Have a good one. Oh yeah, made me mad. I texted him on Christmas and asked him what the fuck his function is. So, yeah, it works. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, that's fine. There we go. It works. I'm hoping that he enjoys these. It's a little bit better than the other one I made. So this is what I will do. Let's go to game. I'm gonna go ahead and take off my own. I'm gonna add the scene. And I can just go ahead and do it. I can put any kind of background that I want as well. There it is. There is Abe. But take off the hat. I can just be Dark Abe. Ooh. Yo, worthless guy. I'm just testing the new one I made. This is for Abe. What do you think? Do you like me cosplaying as Abe Dinkus? Hope hope everyone is having fun. Yeah. I like forehead Abe more. Well, it is forehead Abe. I think it looks great. I think it looks great too. It's pretty awesome. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything. The eyes alone on that layer are creepy. Yeah, look at it. Look at it, Abe. Look. There you go, Abe. Pretty awesome, right? I actually like this one even better than mine. I think it's pretty cool. Even has like the old way of blinking. It goes all the way like yeah, the eyes alone are a little bit creepy, but they have to be on their own because they're their own animation. Like this. I'll show you how to set it up. It's really easy. You might need to install a plugin, but it's nothing hard. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Paige? My brain farted for a second there. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, so you can be Abe, and you also can be Dark Abe. Look at that. A plugin. What? Why do you always? Why do you make fun of my accent? 80. I, I hate that I have an accent. I hate that I can't do anything about it. Maybe I can. I'm gonna go ahead and get one of those applications with AI, and I'm gonna be trying to get in to change my ways. You know. Pretty cool. Really like this one. I thought Dark Ape will be black. Dark Ape is just without his hat. Slay King. How you doing? Oh, by the way, Paige. So yesterday we had an altercation with a person in our space. His name is Voltaire. Um, he got a couple of 100 million slaps, and he wants to plead his case in a slap court. So I asked him to get in contact with you so that we could make the correct um, trial happen. I hope that he in fact gets in contact with you. He's a fellow Canadian. His name is Voltaire. If he doesn't, he's probably gonna get a couple of billion slaps. You all can handle it with no hat. Oh no, Voltaire's on the outs, definitely. I'm just letting you know that he has a couple billion, maybe in a trillion slaps. And he got himself in a bit of a pickle there. Just letting you know about it. The hat has a red ribbon, doesn't it? I don't think it does. Um, Listen, I'm not paid enough to make a red ribbon on a on a hat. Uh, it is what it is. Because I guess, well, we ask him. The I want more slaps scope made me want to give him 20 times more slaps. Yep. And at one point he was like, I want all of the slaps. And he was trying to get as high as the 100 million, 100 trillion slaps or 1,000 trillion slaps from Grace. but he rage quit before that happened. Okay, let me go ahead and send you the file, save. What? If you wanna know how to set it up, I did it on the stream. But if you have any questions or problems, let me know. At least for one day, and of course this happens. Yeah, it did happen. I don't have anything else to do. This is weird. I usually do uh I'm usually doing like pixel art and drama just drops out of the sky. And people tell me how dramatic things are, but today's been really chill, which I don't know what to I don't know what to feel. I know I'm sure he knows how to reach me. He's in the foundry, isn't he? I think he is. He knows who you are and he knows how to find you. He might just be coping. Or he thought I was like joking when I said that we were gonna be doing that.
Hello.
One of the two. Or all of them. I don't know. Oh, hello. Everyone woke up. Everyone is awake now. Mm, wait, it's pretty cool. Hello. Should I play a game? What do you guys think? What plugin do I need to get? It's just one, and it's named. Give me a second, I'll get it. I need to browse my stuff. This one. Mhm. Not this one.
Giving you Epic of Gilgamesh.
You wanna hear Jay Dyer? I have a little drama that I don't even know what it is about. Probably look at that real quick. Probably is a good idea. This is the spa playlist. Do you want a song? Chat. If anyone wants a song, just type it in chat. Now, I'll play the song, whichever it is. I have an appointment for the spa next week. Lord willing, the lamb is born that day. Well, hopefully. That sounds like a cool thing.
Hello there.
Okay. The plugin is called OBS Image Reaction by Skelty. I'm gonna put it on chat. And I think this is the link to the... Oh, I can't actually share that. But I can share these. Okay, there you go. That is the GitHub. And I said it's pretty easy to set up. Look at me. I am Abe. And I'm gonna debate you to death. Oh, ha ha ha. Just fun though. It was good to do. I could probably do even like smaller ones that are just like... The only problem I have is I can't move the actual thing, like the mouth. But everything else is should be working fine. I hope you like it. I think it looks good. Oh, I need to take out the trash. I don't want to take out the trash. A feral mom came in a little while ago and she was like, "You haven't taken out the trash." Like, Ian. Epically amazing. Yeah, it's pretty good. If you wanna look at the setup, this person is the person I followed. No. It just reacts to the sound. It's pretty easy to make. It doesn't take a lot of time. Well, it's very easy to set up. To make, it depends on the model and what you're doing. Since I was doing pixel art, it didn't took me that much. I wish it worked like a VTuber thing. That would be cool. What up? What up? What up? Your mom did AOL instant message me to ask you to take out the trash. I doubt it. Press X to doubt. But I will have to take out the trash. I will do it after I'm done with the stream though. So it is what it is. Oh, doggy. If you can buy a... I don't know how feasible that is though, but if you can get like chainmail gloves, those are pretty good to avoid things to hurt you. She also said the dog needs to pee. The dog doesn't need to pee. She wants to eat. And I'm not giving her food right now. So if I take her outside, she's gonna be. Yeah. Did you make your bed? Yeah, of course I made my bed. What are you talking about? I know, I know. I wish you could make it probably there's a way, but I don't know how. If I could make like a actual idle animation for them that moves a little bit up and down. But yeah. I'm gonna tell Alex you starve your dog. Oh no. Oh no. Not Alex. Alex is gonna get very mad at me. Jordan Peterson side eye. Well, to be honest, I don't know what you mean by that. Man, I used to like Jordan Peterson so much. He was he really gave me like a different perspective on a lot of things. It's just weird. He's I don't know what happened to him. Well, we all know what happened to him, but it's fine. It's like he's old. My grandma. No, someday I'll be old, and that won't make much sense. And I hope when that happens, because it will happen. I hope I get a little bit of mercy by God for all the stupid shit I've made. Oh. Well, that was Abe. Now I can go back to my little kid, to my little one. If you use chainmail gloves, you'll need to wear leather gloves over them, otherwise chainmail gloves break from burnt pleasure, or you could actually make it worse. Depends on the type of chainmail. So if you're using a studded chainmail with good steel, it won't break. But what can probably happen is you're gonna get mold, so you're gonna feel the pressure. You're not gonna get any kind of the chainmail's not gonna break at all. No, I would do recommend to wear some kind of gloves beneath them. Where's my dog? Oh, it's right here. I think there are other kinds of gloves that are good against bites. Man. I really want to start building and painting an army. You know what? I want to listen to Jay Dyer for a little bit. Oh, it's kid bashing, this one.
You
I think I
inevitable
started this
time
video
comes up.
like 3 times and I've never actually listened to it. Let's listen to Jay Dyer for a second. Let's see what he has to say.
Yes, I had a question. So
I don't think you're gonna hurt her, but yeah. There aren't to buy leather gloves, but those will be too thick to feed a dog with. I don't think she's gonna get any kind of problem, to be honest. But yeah, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Like, I get it.
do you believe a literal flood of the entire planet occurred as depicted in the Bible? And if so, why?
Have you read the ancient Chinese accounts of it?
No, I have not. When do they depict these floods of having happened?
Well, they don't give a date, but like ancient Chinese mythology talks about it. So does the Numa Elish. These kinds of ancient documents talk about it. So I accept it because it's in the scriptures. It's divinely revealed.
In the beginning of the Xi dynasty, there were tales of the Yangtze River flooding, and there were foundational members of the first dynasty that were tasked with.
Even if you don't get like a full on, like just having some leather gloves could help so that you don't get hurt. Yeah.
Redirecting the flow of the navigation of the rivers, but of course, in the biblical depiction, what we understand is that the entire planet flooded, and everybody that didn't join Noah in their ark were not able to survive. So I wanted to ask if you believe in that specific story.
I do. I believe the story of Noah. Yes.
So in that basis, right? So you're saying that you believe this because this occurred. This was written in the scriptures.
What I was hold on, but I'm just trying to remember what I was thinking of. What I'm thinking of is called the Chinese Gunyu myth. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
It says it lasted for 2 generations, so it doesn't say anything about like it just being a couple rivers.
Well, that's a separate myth too. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's all one and the same. But as far as the Gunyu myth, right? I still wouldn't corroborate with the biblical flood, biblical flood story. So I guess
why would it not?
Well, because everybody that was not a Noah's Ark would have died, right? So the people who witnessed the Gunyu myth, for example, would not be able to live to tell the tale.
No, if the flood happened, then the people in China are the descendants of Noah's children. So that's how that happened.
But is that what is stated to be the case in the Gunyu myth? Is that what they say? Do they say that they are descendants?
No, this myth also differs from the Sumerian, Akkadian flood stories as well. So the argument is not that the details of all the stories are accurate; it's that there is a primordial myth that's in all of these traditions about a global flood.
Wouldn't this be because floods just happen in regions? Like, even it was the Sumerian region in which the biblical flood is alleged to have come from.
Right. I mean, you're right that you're right that it depends on the worldview as to whether or not it's a global flood or not. So yeah, there are floods everywhere. So there could be, but so that's when it comes back down to what we accept as our final authority. So what do you accept as your final epistemic authority?
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around the belief in the flood as far as like why even say a Christian would believe in it just because of the complete lack of evidence.
But again,
yeah, it doesn't mean anything, right? Like there's lack of evidence. Well, there is evidence. There was a flood. The evidence is in the myth, and he's like, well, it's but I don't believe like the myths are different, so I don't know if it's the same myth. But at that point, the one that's lacking evidence is him, because all of the different myths have a flood in history. We don't know how old it is exactly, the myth of the flood. Like if we go directly by the years given, it might be about 6,000, but doesn't mean that they were measuring the same time. It's a little bit complicated.
Saying the lack of evidence, and I'm giving you Epic of Gilgamesh, Gunyu, all of these different global flood myths of the ancient world would count as forms of evidence, but you're saying no, they don't, because why?
Well, these are stories of floods, and these are widely acknowledged as myths, even within their own contemporary culture.
Oh, okay.
So you are saying that the flood in the Bible legitimately occurred.
Right. So now you're saying that we can't accept what is now mythology, because the argument wasn't that it's true because it's a myth. The argument was that this counts as a form of data because all of these different cultures have a similar root story. That was the argument. And I'm saying that's a corroborating piece of evidence. But you're saying it doesn't prove the flood because you have a commitment to what, reason and evidence? Is that what you're saying?
So I'm saying that these are data points, but these aren't necessarily data points that would contribute to the validating a flood story of the Bible, right?
But why?
A global worldwide flood is not the same as a regional flood.
Well, these don't all say that they don't all. You're just saying they're regional. They don't actually say that they're specifically all regional. You're saying no, they're just regional.
Well, yes, most of these flood stories are based off of regional floods, right? So even the Gunyu myth is referring specifically to a flooding.
You're saying that, but like where does it specifically say, oh no, this is only a myth for our region?
Well, again, right, this is referring to Yu the Great. The Gunyu myth is literally about the foundations of China and what was done in order to tame the waters that sparks the Gunyu flood myth in the first place.
Okay.
So it doesn't, the fact that it doesn't say, hey, the entire planet flooded is probably fair enough to say that, hey, this is about a regional and national
Okay, well
myth.
then that's an argument from silence, and so that doesn't prove or disprove anything. So you're just saying that, yeah, well, but if it's an argument from silence, it proves my view. So that's inconclusive. So what's at work here is rival commitments to ultimate authorities. And so let's say the flood is false and the Bible is incorrect. What's the correct view?
Well, the problem is, I guess the problem is the faulty logic in being able to use data points and assert that these are tangible, reasonable data points, right? I think there has to be a level of reason and, appropriation towards the overall thesis that you're trying to
Correct.
make.
And so okay, so in your worldview then, since you're relying on reasoning ultimately, what is reason in your worldview and logic?
Here's my point, right?
This is weird. I don't know where he's going at with this idea. To be honest, I have no idea.
So, for example,
What is reason and logic, since it's your final commitment?
I think appropriate scale matters.
What is reason and logic? Okay, you're not going to answer the question. So for you, your commitment ultimately is to the principles, as I asked earlier, of reasoning and logic. Okay, fine. The Bible's false. We're going to be committed to reasoning and logic. So what is your account of the principle of logic and reasoning itself?
Well, I can give you that answer through a direct example. So if I leave the bathroom sink on and I flood my entire bathroom.
Oh my god. They never understand this. It's the same thing over and over again. They always go backwards. This is like, I use reasoning and logic. Where's your account of it? I use it. God dang it.
That is not a rational data point towards the flooding of the entire planet.
So you're not answering my question. I'm not asking you any more about the question of the flood. I'm conceding to you, let's say the flood's false. Let's say the Bible's wrong. So now you're saying that our ultimate epistemic commitment is to reasoning and logic. So I want from you an account in your worldview of reasoning and logic. What is it?
Well, I think the scientific process helps.
What is reason and logic?
I'm saying that if you want to account for, say, like a worldview, if you want to account for a worldview, right, the scientific method is a pretty reasonable.
Okay, does the scientific method rely on reason and logic?
Yep, it's a presupposition of reason and logic. So if you're going to be using reason and logic, you have to be able to say what it is, and if you're not going to, you're going to be like, oh, well, it's this thing that needs reason and logic. Oh, okay, oh well.
It relies on observation and repeated.
Okay, so what is reason and logic for the fourth time?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a fair question to ask, right? I think it's,
no, that's your ultimate epistemic commitment is reasoning and
It's not a fair question. How dare you question me on that?
logic, and I ask you what is that, where is that, and you say it's not a fair question.
I said the scientific method.
And I said, does the scientific method rely on reasoning and logic? And you said yes, so that's a circle.
Well, yeah, the scientific method is a form of reasoning, right?
So what is reasoning and logic, because you just did a circle?
So evidence, right, it's based on evidence and observation. So it's about forming a hypothesis.
So where in observation is logic?
Well, logic is, especially like from the frame rate that we're talking about, like in our conversation, we have to assess logic by its modality, right?
That doesn't tell me
anything.
Is that fair? Mode is the way a thing exists. So now you're going into ontology?
Well, the point is the
what is your account of ontology as an atheist?
I just think that you're trying
What is ontology now that you're in the domain of metaphysics?
So you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not. This is you want me to modality. Just saying a modality tells me nothing because it's an empty statement. It's a metaphysical claim that tells me nothing.
Well, there's again, right?
You know what modality is? What mode is in philosophy? It's a metaphysical term.
Modality is
what?
Not just it's not specific only, or rather, it's not.
What is it?
To metaphysics, right?
Oh, it's not only metaphysics. But you're talking about metaphysical terms, so it has to be metaphysical. Otherwise, you will be able to tell me where is the mode in the space-time and matter of logic, and where does it change?
It's a way that something exists. It's a way that something.
Thank you. That's a metaphysical claim, right?
Okay.
There you go.
What is the scientific method? Is the scientific method not able to be applied under that framework?
No.
You said the scientific method relies on logic and reasoning, and I'm asking you, in your worldview, what are those things? What's your account for those things?
But I just said it's based on evidence. Based on evidence, it's based on a hypothesis, and then using it.
Where's reason and reason and logic? It's the thing based on evidence. What? An hypothesis? What? That makes no sense.
Evidence, right?
So using a thing is the justification of it. So using the thing is the epistemic justification of a thing?
No, that's what part of it. You're pigeonholing that specific.
Okay, so what's the epistemic
justification? Method is the framework that would have.
Is the scientific method universally applicable?
No.
I think universally, I think it's not fair to say, but I think the wide, as far as like the vast majority of ideas in life, I think you can kind of apply the scientific.
Does the scientific method tell you what logic is? Do you find logic?
In psychology, for example, it's not applicable. You cannot measure the mind. not absorb it. So, how are you gonna use the scientific method? It's basic shit. It's what it is.
Through the scientific method.
Well, again, I don't think necessarily that's. I think logic actually works within the scientific method. I don't
Okay,
think.
but
that,
what is it?
Logic is obviously how you form a conclusion.
No, that's not what logic is. Logic is not forming a conclusion. Logic is a principle. Is it universal or is it particular?
Well, it can be both, right? It can.
Oh, so it is universal?
No, I'm saying it can be both. Right? Logic
If it can be both, then it is also universal because that's part of the both, right?
Well, the thing is, it depends on the context that you're applying it to.
Is it at all universal? Is logic ever universally applicable?
I'll give you an example. There is logic even within, like if you have a theological disposition, there are logical approaches that people take even towards
Is logic itself universally applicable?
Well, it's only if you have enough information for it, right? I think, for example, the absence of logic exists as well. And that's why I'm
not an admission. That's a nonsense statement. The absence of logic exists. That's just gibberish. So as you can see, when we actually drill into the presuppositions of the Reddit atheist, it all just turns into gibberish. No coherency whatsoever.
Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Oh, by the way, about that Chinese dude earlier. So a really good way I think you can go about that is, rather than going simply for like logic as like a metaphysical principle, it's qualitative versus quantitative, right? I mean, there's many ways you can go about this. I mean, it's basic semiotics, right? So there's actually not some kind of real existing thing in the words. The words only infer a signified, which is the idea in your mind. There's actually no logical conclusion between a word and the idea presented in your mind when you see the word, right?
That's true.
And so ultimately, all quantitative, isolated instances or units of intelligibility all go back to and necessitate this transcendental synthesis of experiential, what Kant calls a perception, right? Mm-hmm. That is the unification of all these transcendental properties that bring about a present or a future or a past, right? And so when you get to this point, you realize at this point, you cannot use the quantitative on the qualitative because that self-refutes itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always come with this really high-tier stuff, and the problem is that when you're talking to these Reddit people, it's a challenge to get them to understand the things you're talking about. So if you talk about a transcendental unity of perception from Kant, they don't know what they're like, what?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But like, things like, for simple instances, like we could talk about ideas, right? Short is only informed by what is tall, far from near, these types of qualitative things. Well, when you look at these qualitative things, you then have to realize what are the underlying metaphysical commitments that constitute
Why not? That's a lie. Emmett Mom uses MOL. I don't want to know what MOL is.
transcendental,
I don't want.
right?
You know what? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. It's that simple.
Or transcendental perception. And then you realize under every reductionist claim is a list of metaphysical commitments that they deny. Yeah. So
well, that's kind of where the discussion with that guy was starting to go, and then he didn't want to go there. But
I mean, literally Hume, like the last attempt at even grounding logic was with David Hume, who said it's the relationship between ideas. And now, well, when you get to Kant, the relationship between ideas is a transcendental kind of metaphysical commitment. Obviously, Kant doesn't go there because he wants to say, there's the noumena is unknowable. But that's if you posit intersubjectivity is actually existing, that is other subjects have my likeness, my inner mind, my inner thoughts, then that necessitates that there's some kind of metaphysical consistency between you two that is generating the intelligible world or life world, according to Husserl, right? Yeah, that's what I want to say on that. Also, regarding the other guy, I was going to say that a good example for saints was Elijah and Elisha, because I mean, you can't make this up. Elijah, you remember how Elisha asked Elijah for his spirit, a portion of his spirit?
Right.
And then after Elijah's taken up, he picks up the mantle from Elijah, which splits the waters. And then the people come and say he has the spirit of Elijah, and then bow to him. They bow to Elijah.
Yeah. That's a great one. And there's Joseph bows before Pharaoh. In the Masoretic text in Joshua 7, they all bow before the ark. So you're correct. There's many bowings and reverences like that.
Yep. And
he's absolutely right that when you know a lot of these Kantian style arguments like that, you can decimate these Reddit tier atheists. But the problem with the Reddit tier atheist people is that they have no idea what you're talking about. Alter Void, no, we did that one, excuse me. So remember when you're, and I'm not disagreeing with what Dazline said, I'm just pointing out that one of the things that's a challenge in a debate is that you want to effectively think about not just refuting what the guy said or going into the minutia of metaphysics to really smash him. You have to also think about what will be the best reputation for the audience. That's why it's like a double challenge when you're debating these people. And I'm saying that because I can tell that's a young guy who's really hardcore philosophy guy, which is great. I support that. But if you do a lot of public debates, you'll notice that you really have to do the debate not for yourself or for the opponent, but for the audience. And if the debate is so high tier that the audience is lost, it really doesn't affect very much. So it's a super fine line to walk to, and I don't do it perfectly all the time. That's probably the hardest part of debate, is doing that, is debating high tier concepts and subjects in a way that the message is conveyed to the audience. That's the challenge.
Hey, EJ. Give me just 1 second. Wait, let me step outside. I got a couple questions for you.
Okay.
So, mostly around presuppositionalism, because I know that's obviously your approach to apologetics, but also it's in your background back when you were Protestant. So my question primarily is the presuppositional approach to apologetics something that has a long tradition in the Orthodox Church, or is that something that you kind of brought from Bonson and Van Til and adapted to Orthodoxy after the fact?
Well, transcendental arguments have a long lifespan outside of Bonson and Van Til. So they go back to, the ancient world. And can you mute when I'm talking? Because there's an echo, bro. So, that goes back to Aristotle using rhetorsion. It goes back to John Damascus in Fount of Knowledge. The very first chapter, he does a kind of a transcendental argument. But the transcendental argument for God is Van Tilian. But, yeah, so there's the answer.
Okay, fair enough. I guess the two issues that I have with kind of the Van Tilian approach, which is what I've studied most, I'm not very familiar with the Orthodox kind of side of that, but is the circularity, which I know you've addressed, but I don't feel like you've addressed it adequately. And then the other is sort of the dogmatic nature of Van Tilian apologetics.
I don't think it's circular. Like, I understand that the justification at the end of the day is, well, this is the mind that is necessary. And when you ask, well, it has to be that mind, it becomes, it justifies itself, right? Because it's the only mind that can possibly do it. So it's like, it's God because it's the only possibility. And that can be seen as circular, in a sense. But that is the last claim. So, it has... it's the only possibility. That is the thing. And that would be regression, but I don't think it's circular. Everybody's asleep. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be entertaining. I'm gonna finish this.
Where it feels like he basically feels that it's the only God-honoring way to do apologetics, or at least that's how it is usually proposed. Are you on board with both of those aspects of presuppositional apologetics?
No, I don't think the transcendental argument is necessarily tied to Reformed anthropology or soteriology.
Okay, I'm not sure that was my question, but okay.
Why was that not an answer to your question? Restate the first part.
Yeah. So I guess one of my issues with presuppositional apologetics is the fallaciously circular way in which it goes about things. I know you've sort of addressed these.
I know. Today is a sleep day with Emmet. My dog wants to go out. I'm gonna take it out. Well, I'm not. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I know. What do you want?
Circularity issue.
Okay, so this is an epistemic question then about self-evidence.
Yeah.
Epistemic.
So so we're supposed to believe in classical foundationalism?
We have to be.
No, so
we have to believe in
I guess
epistemics.
to me it seems that circularity only is an issue in a purely syllogistic sense, right? So if you have a syllogism that goes in circles, that's an issue. But as soon as you incorporate experience in the outside world, then you actually are breaking out of that syllogism, and then a circle is with it. It's not going to be fallaciously an issue.
So it's just a question of it's a question of final authorities, though, right? Like, so in epistemology, like, what's the final authority?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is ultimately the question.
Okay, so how are worldviews and paradigms not, in some sense, ultimately self-referencing when it comes to the final authorities?
They may be self-referencing, but not in a purely syllogistic way.
Okay, but when I say circular, I'm referring to self-referencing. I'm not referring to the fallacy of circular argumentation.
Okay, fair enough. So, do you believe in epistemic certitude?
Yeah, I think we can have, I mean, to whatever degree the highest degree of human certitude is, I think it's possible, yes, we can have that.
Okay, it seems like a pretty important qualifier, though. So, I guess...
Can you just ask your question? Just spit it out, dude. Just say your criticism. Quit beating around the bush.
Yeah, well, it's manyfold.
Okay, make one critique.
Okay.
It really pisses me off when I get these kind of ideas of, hey, I have this very complex criticism of you. I'm gonna go ahead and make some questions, and then it's probably gonna be completely dumb. And it's probably gonna end up in something that it's not actually a criticism.
So it does seem like, how do you justify certainty at any level apart from faith. Because my view is that we can have true knowledge in things in the sense that we can have, we can know things on the basis of certain faith-based presuppositions, but we have to admit that those presuppositions are ultimately based on faith. They're not, it's not some foundationalism where they just are true. They're just in the sense of proved facts, but they are faith-based presuppositions. Now, the being
You're really very far behind, K2. I realized when you said my mom uses MOL, AOL or MOL, whatever.
faith-based, they also must allow for some element of doubt. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be faith-based. And so, to me,
Well, that's right there. That's a fideistic definition of faith. Why am I supposed to accept that?
K2, did you see Abe? Let me show you. Did you see Abe? Huh? You like Abe? Look at it. Look at Abe. It's vague, so it's impossible to answer. That way they can say, well, that's not an answer. Yeah, that's true. Hey, Marcus Antonio, it's been a while. Good to see you back. Did you see me as Abe? It was fun.
I'm not sure that it's fideistic.
Why does it have to have an element of doubt? Where do you get that from?
So, how would you define faith?
Why are you asking me a question? I just asked you a question. You gonna answer with a question?
Fair enough. So, I think I'm not referring to blind faith. I'm not just saying faith on the basis of nothing.
Okay, how do you know that faith requires and has some element of doubt? You just assert that. How do we know that? Where are you getting that?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the definition of faith. How would you define
Says who? Where do you get the definition of that from?
Well, at some point, definitions are foundational.
Whose definition? Where does that come from? All right. I don't have the patience. My patience is gonna like explode, and so I might as well just move on.
Yeah, so it's just authority. That's what he was saying pretty much about authority. Stop. Okay. Gotta leave something on. Yeah, but I'm gonna look for it in another stream. I'm gonna look for it in another place. I think I saw Abe. Oh, there, yeah. Oh, Abe is gone. Ooh, do you want to see some Asmongold? Asmongold versus that. Oh wait, no, I know. I have an idea. I remember. There is something. There is a small drama that I want to know of.
The information.
I'm gonna go ahead and check that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the dog out while we check that one out. It says addressing the allegation.
Directly threatened me. You are a liar. You are pathetic. And the fact that you have the gall to paint me in a malicious light in your server, just baffling, man. You're the malicious one.
Ooh, we got some drama. We got some drama, boys. This is gonna be fun. Everybody's asleep already, but it's gonna be fun. Anyway, I'm gonna let it play for a little bit. I'm gonna take the dog out real quick. I'll be right back in a second, okay?
Hey guys, real quick before we get into it, I'm starting an alternate gaming and vlog channel, so please go check it out if you want to support me. I plan on putting a lot of work into it. Alright, back to the video. Hi everyone. This isn't going to be a normal video of mine, as I'm going to be touching on some relatively serious topics. This is unfortunately a follow-up video on the drama that I thought ended a couple months ago. I'm sure most of you have seen the most toxic tabletop player video by now, and the follow-up video detailing the Discord mods that defended him by banning me. If you haven't, I would advise watching them just so you can get a little context on the situation. I'll pin the links in the comments. Since the last video calling out the mods, they have went into complete damage control mode, coming up with lies and spreading them throughout the community just to make my ban seem justified from their server. Honestly, after I posted the second video, I was completely done with the TTS server. They did me wrong, but I turned the other cheek, as any grown adult should do. I knew they were spreading lies about me, but I didn't feel the immediate urge to deal with it. I had a lot going on in my life, and that just wasn't a priority for me. That was until I realized how bad the defamation had actually gotten. A certain friend group within the TTS server, both staff and not staff alike, took to besmirching my name, calling me a racist, bigot, transphobe, lunatic, and other pretty nasty things. People can have whatever opinions they want on me, or my channel, my gameplay, but when you target my core belief system and push these completely baseless labels on me, just because I upset your friend or something like that, so I have to be a Nazi, you're psychotic, and I'm not gonna let you just say this shit about me. These insane people don't like that I called out their pathetic power trip, and that I exposed their neckbeard friend for being a clown. So now they want to drag my name through the mud and force this false narrative on me, so it looks like I'm the malicious one. This video isn't about stirring up more drama, it's about setting the record straight. For months, the mods of the TTS server have spread lies about me to justify my ban, and slandered my character. I've stayed quiet until now, but the defamation has gone too far. My goal in this video is simple: clear my name, expose the false narrative created about me, and put an end to this bullshit once and for all. In the TTS server, there is a specific mod that was tasked with addressing the trenchcore situation. Let's call them Jake Doe. Here, Jake states that I was not banned for uploading the original video in which I recorded John Doe raging, but rather I was banned for not cooperating with the bully mods and uploading a second video with John in it. When Jake is referencing the second video, they're talking about a video that I made to focus on how OP trench ghosts were at the time, in which I had a 10-second clip of John Doe raging at me from the first video. No new footage was taken of John, it was literally from the first video. Oh, they also lie here about how John said he was going to take a step back from the game before I uploaded my video, and that he's shown huge leaps in his mental health since then. Both of these are just complete lies. I have screenshots of John publicly announcing his retirement from the, or temporary hiatus rather, from the game, which was before I recorded the video, so not true, guys. And second, I literally just sat in on a game John Doe was streaming playing against the new Great Hunger rules, in which he rage quit mid-match. Doesn't sound like he's reformed at all, you liars. But I won't be addressing John anymore in this video. He knows he's pathetic at this point, and he's not the focus of the video. What is way more pathetic is how these idiot mods can't get their story straight on why I was banned. Weeks after the initial post from Jake, they posted the official stance of the server on why I was banned. According to the statement, I was banned for recording another person without their consent and uploading it to YouTube. Let's go back to the DMs that I got from the server owner. Yeah, he wasn't just a mod, he's the guy who owns the server, the guy who tried to dox me, by the way. This is your leader. Geniuses. He clearly states here in some of my first messages with him, he has no punishments for the uploader of the video. So just a straight up lie. Oh, shit. So just a straight up lie. Here they also say I was banned for not taking accountability for creating the content. Yes, I didn't take accountability. I did not let your moderation staff bully me and do exactly what they wanted. I'm not some chimpanzee that you can make dance around whenever you want, you power tripping egomaniacs. The owner of the server directly threatened me by naming the state that he thought I lived in at the time, and he wanted me to give more information about myself. But yeah, you're right, I just didn't take accountability for my actions. I should have just done everything that guy told me to do. Oh, but I forgot to mention, that's not actually the reason I was banned, or not that I was told. The rules were very clearly laid out for me that I broke, and they were all created retroactively after I made my video. This was all covered in the previous video on this drama. Here is another one of Jake's lies, saying I was banned for these rules that were changed 2 weeks before my second video. The rules were changed on March 10th, 2025, and I uploaded my first video on March 4th, 2025, and second on March 12th, 2025. This guy either failed basic math or is just a dirty liar. I'm not sure if this one is a lie or Jake is just plain stupid, but here they state that I was banned for the video uploaded on April 9th, 2025, which was the video that detailed why I was banned. Why would I be banned for a video in which the whole topic of the video is why I was banned? Or, like, do you think I'm a time traveler? What is wrong with you? I thought I was having a tough time keeping up with all the lies of these mods, but they can't even get their story straight themselves. Yeah, let's move on. In my video covering the ban, I stated that I thought I kind of was threatened by the owner of the server, where he alluded to the fact that he knew I was from Pennsylvania. I can now say with pretty near 100% certainty that that was a threat. I wasn't gaslighting myself. He was 100% threatening me because he lied about it. He doubled down and lied that he did not say it. Here the admin says that his words were twisted, and his disgusting mod Pig Gremlins backs him up by saying it was a real he said she said moment. Fair enough. There was no proof at the time, no log of the call. Then a user asks how the owner knew that Trenchcore lived nearby, since the owner was the one who brought up the conversation by saying he lived to a state nearby Pennsylvania. Here the owner just checkmates himself by lying about a quote he had taken from me. He claims that I said, "Damn, I live pretty close," when we were making small talk. The random Discord user says, "Damn, it's pretty creepy if Trenchcore didn't say where he lived first." Then the admin doubles down and says, "I mean, he did, LOL." Now let me tell you why this is so damning for the server owner. I don't live in Pennsylvania, and I have not for quite a while, and definitely not any time since I even started playing Trench Crusade. Not only would it be a little weird for me to open up the conversation about where I used to live, but he quotes me on saying that I live pretty close. Not lived, not used to live around that area, live. He quotes me on saying I currently live there. I twisted nothing here. You stalked my Reddit history, you found the single post about me talking about my previous residence in Pennsylvania, and you used that to try and threaten me because, oh, haha, I know where you live, now do whatever I say. You are a liar, you are pathetic, and the fact that you have the gall to paint me in a malicious light in your server is just baffling, man. You're the malicious one. Not that this is super significant evidence or anything, but one of the mods from the official Trench Crusade server messaged me during the time of all the drama and talked about how the owner of the TTS server was caught lying on multiple occasions, apparently, in the main server before he left and created the TTS server where he could have his own control. So it's good to know I'm not the only one on record calling out this server owner for being a dirty liar. I know a lot of people don't actually believe the TTS server creator, but it does hurt that they paint me as this malicious monster when it's just an obvious projection of themselves. And I'm not that guy. I would hope those of you who watch me know I'm not that guy, but I'm gonna go on record here and say I'm not the fucking asshole. They are. The moderation staff of the TTS server has created the narrative on why I was banned in a justifiable way. Yes, this is quite a reason to be frustrated already, but I was completely content with turning the other cheek. That wasn't until I saw the heinous things that were being said about me.
This is actually funny. What the shitballs is this? I want out of here. I need a new identity. What happened? What happened, Leah? What are the shitballs is this? So there's a server. They play like Warhammer 40k. It's called Trench Crusade. I don't even know if it's Warhammer 40k or something else. But they play like a simulation of a tabletop game. And this guy got into a match with another guy, and the other guy tried to cheat, and when he lost, he pretty much rage quitted. So he made a video making a little bit of fun out of him, and then, you know, the mods of the server started attacking him. And it's been kind of a shit show ever since. And he's making like these as the reply to all of that. And I thought it was gonna be a funny video, and I'm not disappointed. This is in fact kind of funny.
Racism, transphobia, lunacy.
Lunacy, racism, transphobia. Don't listen to Trenchcore, bro. It's what all you said about each other. Bro, this community like all of his wrong opinions about the game. He answered with actual transphobes, bro. Like, we fucking care. What kind of bullshit retarded way of talking these days, right? This is why I just say, yeah, I am, whatever. And then they're like, oh my god, you're so mean. So fuck you. Yeah, you're a retard. That's the way we should have been from the start. It's like, you mean you're transphobe? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
See. This makes me sick. I know you're not supposed to care what people say about you on the internet, but it does hurt to see all of these people band together and call me these things. I would hope you would.
Why? Just be it. Fuck trans anyway.
Wouldn't watch my content if you thought I was any sort of racist or bigot, but let me clear the air now. I'm not. My friends, family, and loved ones know this about me, and I would hope my viewers should know too. These comments and hate were definitely a part of the reason I took my hiatus, and this was and honestly still is pretty mentally taxing to see. This public hatred towards me is the main reason I need to make this video. The staff of the server not only allows this hate speech against me, they even join in on it from time to time. Sometimes they even orchestrate it. They want me to be hated because it helps validate their arguments. I do please ask the people that are commenting this type of stuff. You can have your opinions about me, you can say whatever you want about me, but don't believe the lies. That's all I ask. That's not fair to me, and I'm clearing the air now for you. I do want to take some time now to address any possible misconstrusions that people could have misunderstood in, I don't know, just some stuff happened in my server, pretty minor stuff, but I took care of it, and I just want to address anything that could be used as ammo against me, so I don't have to make a whole nother video about it. Here, a user that frequently comments on who I am as a person notes that
I joined and I just saw transphobia and other bigotry and then left. Jesus Christ. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Nobody cares. No one has ever heard about the transphobia allegation. Okay? First off, we're not afraid. We've never been afraid of them. Like, oh, you're afraid because violent. No, it's because they're weird. No. Sometimes you get bullied because you're weird. I know it. I got bullied at some point in my life because I was fucking weird. People used to tell me that they thought I was gonna show up one day with a pew-pew at work and I was gonna unalive everybody because they thought that I was weird and that, I'm kind of blind and I have like a very strong like glare. And people just thought stupid things about me. It's like, okay, fine, it happens.
they joined my server and immediately saw transphobia and bigotry, then left. I recall this user's name as they are one of the biggest haters in the friend group with the mods, but I also recall the situation that they're referencing. It was actually one of the only...
It reminds me of a time. There was a time when I was, I just moved to a different school, and there were like a little group of friends, and I was like trying to get along, and one of them was like, "What's your phone?" And I was like, "I don't know my phone number yet." And the person like got super mad at me. "How is it possible you don't know your phone number?" It's like, well, I just moved. But the person would not budge. It was weird. Treat them like spiders, kill it with fire. Yeah, kill it with fire.
3 or 4 times that someone ended up being banned from my server. While I was offline, a racist and transphobic troll joined my server and started spreading hate speech. My server literally had 2 mods at the time, and there was no one online to deal with the issue immediately. The user who claimed to see transphobia and bigotry joined the server that same day and told the person spreading hate to unalive themselves. I got a call from a friend in the server, and they told me the situation. I immediately abandoned the transphobe and added 3 additional mods to the server in result of this.
Oh my god. Virtue signaling. Who cares, dude? Really?
I apologize to anyone who saw those messages or got offended. My server's not a safe haven for racist, transphobes, or bad people of any kind, and it's never going to be that way. Lastly, there was a situation with a user, let's call her Jane Doe, that was banned from my server for breaking a rule after being warned multiple times. Then they moved to the TTS server and started talking. I personally had no hand in the ban, and I was like in the middle of my Trench Crusade hiatus. So I was just like suffering with my mental health at the time. Honestly, weird. I wish I could have been there because it could have been handled better. So I apologize to my server.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm groveling at their feet. Oh, so sorry. Like, I understand, but it's weird. Is it a result of Game Workshop Maker for going aggressively woke? No, it's just the result of dumb people being dumb. Like, I understand that there was a huge movement, especially in the 2000s, all the way to 2020, about, getting rid of people that were supposed to be all of the isms and phobies and whatever. And in reality, what you'll end up looking at is this kind of bullshit. Like, nobody cares. When I went to the store, there's a gaming store nearby, by the way. I just found out like a week ago, maybe less, a couple days ago. And I went there and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna start painting my first like minis." And I was like, what kind of things do you recommend for me? And the guy in the counter was really nice to me. I don't know if he's any kind of gay or whatever. We just talk about gaming. We just talk about building the miniatures. We talk about what kind of paints will be good for it. the only person who talked to me was somebody there, and he said, you can find the kind of clippers that you need by searching these kind of things, and then you can find a good one. Like, there's absolutely, at what point do we have to care if the other person, like, I don't know, I don't care about their lives at all. I just think it's weird.
As a whole, and Jane especially. Jane
Like,
joined the
maybe if I have like an actual time when I'm playing, and one of them is like, hey, I'm gonna teach you how to play, or you can play, you can do these, or you can do that, and we start like actually talking, and like, maybe I care a little more, but I don't know. You're painting a few Blood Bowl teams. They were playing Blood Bowl. There were like maybe 4 or 5 tables playing Blood Bowl. And then there was a Necron versus Necron versus Dark Eldar army. They were fighting each other. And then there was Chaos Space Marines versus Chaos Space Marine versus Astra Militarum, or the Imperial Guard. And they were fighting each other, which I thought was pretty cool. Like, the whole players was pretty cool. It was on a Saturday, so that was awesome. I'll probably go this Friday, at least for a little bit.
Server and stated that I'm an idiot, and the mods of my server got a blank check to ban anyone that they hated. First off, there's only 2 people in my server that can ban people, myself and someone that is very close to me. This user was not banned for being hated, rather banned because they were warned about a rule that they broke on more than one occurrence, that being political discussions. We don't allow any political discussions on either side of the political spectrum, so just putting that out there. Jane states that they were arguing against transphobia, which in that case she was talking about politics. Also, the person that they were arguing with was promptly banned for their transphobic remarks. What sickens me is the mods of the TTS server took Jane's story and tried to spin it into just something to push their narrative against me. They were so desperate to make me look bad that they squeezed Jane for information, literally anything that she had against me, which was not anything. For the record, we don't allow any slur usage in my server. I can't imagine a Discord server that does. So I think maybe Jane missed the part where we banned the transphobe, but yeah. The mods here states that I'm
What are your teams? What do you use for Blood Bowl?
charming and know how to twist a story, painting me as some Machiavellian villain. What is wrong with you freaks? I'm just trying to play Trench Crusade. They really think I care so much more about this than I do, and it's actually hilarious how these people obviously have nothing else going on in their lives. Oh, also Jane Doe states here that I'm a Destiny fan. I made what I thought was a very obvious joke about being a Destiny fan. Just to clear up the controversy here, that was a complete joke. I don't think anyone can be a fan of that guy, but hey, who knows?
Okay, nobody cares about this. This is way too wokey. Okay. It's just funny. The woke violence is out of control. Nobody cares. You know, if I go over there and I paint them and I try to play and somebody finds out like I'm super right wing and they're like, oh, we don't want you, I would laugh and I would be like, whatever, fuck you. I put a couple of photos of painting with them at Ross. Let's watch them. I'm gonna be making oh, look at that. Is that a Nork? Yeah, that's a Nork. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's a dwarf. Hey, you're pretty good at painting. That looks pretty nice. Do you use a specific method for painting? gingers. The welcome woke violence. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Charles. Man, I really like that kind of stuff.
The little kind of hooded figure fits into the recess where the skeleton would have been. So here we are just kind of neatening it up.
I'm looking at this guy. He's just keep bashing stuff and doing little things. My god, it looks so awesome.
Hindsight, I wish I'd taken some of the back off of this so that it kind of fit more flush into the recess of the shield, but I'm still pretty happy with how it turned out. We then just need to attack this little connecting point for the skeleton, just get rid of it, and once we have got rid of it, we've got the space to glue our little hooded figure onto the shield.
The dwarfs with speed paints. You'll have a lot of fun. I'm gonna go ahead and buy the assault. So my brother has my knights, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm gonna have to wait a couple of weeks at least to get them, and then I'm gonna end up buying. Or I wasn't going to, but I'm gonna buy the combat patrol for the Dark Angels. What happened? Damn, these are cow spacemen. Where are they? Where's the combat patrol? I don't know what's going on. um, but I'm gonna end up buying these. Thought they were a little bit less expensive. Damn. I would suggest getting the box set, like the game. You get ton of miniatures there plus scenery. Yeah, I'm gonna get these. It's not the whole game, uh, but the combat patrol. If you want to have like a good army, you're supposed to buy two of these, and you get like a good start to your army. But I'm okay with these. Like I have an extra knight. I have two Terminators. They're fine. I'm gonna have the. I don't know who he is exactly, but yeah, that's my idea. Just get him. I don't know why they were wearing up. So weird. Yeah, I don't know. The models now have crazy detail with the plastic resin. Yeah, once you get in the box set, like damn, you'll done. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into it, I can drop a few Twitch streams. What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by cap drop a few Twitch streams? So I do want to get into it. I'm kind of stoked about getting into it. Pretty sure I had it saved. Anyway. So weird. Like that. I can't paint a wall, but I can paint. I can do it. It's not about whether or not I can paint. Just me doing it. That's what's gonna take a little bit of time. If I really like it, I'm gonna try to grift um to get to the point where I can actually grift. It's cool. This guy is pretty awesome. Mephisto. Kid bashing is also all amazing. Like some of the coolest things you can ever do. Will die. Man, he looks so cool. I don't like the like the fog thing. We'll get rid of it. There are better ways to get fog or anything in the model. If you actually wanted to have some kind of fog. Man, this is so cool. Yeah. This is like the old models. I think these are the new ones. Also, Amazon can sometimes be pricey. Have you checked Games Workshop online store? Um, uh, oh look, 170. Oh no. Man, it's cool. I just prefer power swords. I'm probably gonna take these and change it for a power sword. I have my knight, so my knight should be able to do that. This is also Terminator armor. What I will do is just paint these, like make him a put him in bone armor. That's what I'll do. On side note, you made me go back to Twitch and almost fight you. Why do you want to fight me? Like, I know there's people in Twitch that can paint and paint. That's fine. Did you see, by the way, for to the people that just arrived, you want to see Abe? Look at Abe. Yeah? What do you think? What do you think about Abe? I'll try to find a picture of my Spain Marine. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be super cool. There was a person who made Grey Knights, and I thought he did amazing with the Grey Knights. Yeah, but 170, man, that's a lot of fucking... It's still a lot, like, Amazon is a lot less, right? 144. Even Lion is $50. Lionel Johnson. 73 here. That's right. Cool too. I think this is the commander of the Deathwing. For some reason, I thought they were called a Death Guard, and the Death Guard is completely different from the Deathwing. I fucked it up. This guy's also pretty fucking awesome. Look at that. Look at that. And this is the guys that I bought. My Deathwing Knight. You glad to see A back again? Yeah, he was streaming a little while ago. Pretty good. He's gonna be using this at some point. Now I'm back. Now I'm back. Damn, it's cool. That's fail. Don't give a shit though. I thought about buying it twice, but I'm just gonna wait for my brother to get home and then send it to me. Emmett's back. Tell a friend. Okay.
It's pretty sad for me to see so many people that are dishonest, but
Oh, this is gonna be. Let's see his take. I'm gonna react to his take a little bit. See what he has to say about this whole thing.
you know, at the end of the day, right? I mean, I'll show you guys the video, right? This is a video, this example. So this is it. He was in front of the car. So you see right here, right? You can't even see the third guy. You can't even see them. You see this? He had to move out of the way. She tried to run him over. This is what I see. I see her spinning her wheels forward. Right there. You're trying to run over that officer. You are. She doesn't give a fuck. Protesters won't let ICE leave, throwing things at ICE agents, chemical spray deployed, got hit just by being near them. The stuff hurts bad. Okay, let's watch this. Turn this down.
Yeah, I saw exactly the same thing, by the way. Pretty simple.
Since when did Gollum become a protester?
Get the fuck out of our city! Get the fuck out of our city!
Oh, man. Got one.
Motherfucker, get the fuck out of our city!
There you go. Oh my God. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but there was a person who had the supposed press, and it was hitting the car, the truck.
You hear that retard in the background? You can't kill us all if you wanted to. Might be too Eastern European for this, but are they protesting the police trying to arrest illegal immigrants? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, so basically, I know there's some non-Americans watching. Actually, a lot of you guys are non-American. In America, the police coming to arrest illegal immigrants and people that are not supposed to be in the country, this is like a really big contentious point. And there's a huge contingency of America that thinks that it's okay to have illegal aliens in the country and you can't arrest them or get rid of them. I know it sounds crazy, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, there's this thing. So this video, Fafo, yeah.
Shouldn't do it. Yep, there it is. Major news operation.
It's freaking crazy that we have gone to that point, right? At the point that this guy is almost a full-on socialist nutcase, and even him is like, this is way too much. So, yeah. You see the guy who grabs an ICE weapon. Luckily, he didn't lose his teeth. Let's see if he pulls it up.
Operation.
But, yeah.
What's this here?
But it would appear, we'll see what the investigation reveals, that the shot came from in front of the vehicle. Just get your thoughts now on what...
I mean, it sure seems like that's the front of the vehicle. It's pretty obvious that's what happened.
We know so far. From a legal perspective, but
yeah, it's pretty fucking obvious. It's a clean shot. Yep, got him. Why are you saying it's a huge contingency of America? They're a minority? They are a minority, but it's a large contingency. I'd say it's like probably 10 to 15, maybe 20% of the people. That's like tens of millions of people. That's a lot of people. So yeah. And anyway, what's this here? You need to get real about the reality that the government can execute you in cold blood in the streets, immediately lie about it, and the media...
Burn back insane asylums. They're aware. They're like, yeah, please, let's make insane asylums great again. That was like probably the part of my argument with Martez when he was like, well, what do you want to do? He's like, well, let's bring back insane asylums, right? When he was pretty much telling me that I am part of the Addams family.
Reported as truth. There are no laws, no rules, and this is the new reality. Act and prepare accordingly. Right. Of course. Yep, there it is. What a surprise. There it is. And act, yeah, I guess you can, yeah, exactly, right, act. And act accordingly. Yeah, maybe you should listen to the law. And fuck it, embrace the Second Amendment. Yeah, guys, great idea. Also, by the way,
fucking embrace the Second Amendment. They want to take your guns away from you, and you keep on voting for them. It's these people are just insane. Like, even the whole point on the premises that they go for is insanity. Jesus Christ.
By the way, really, really good idea to try to pull out your gun and try to fight the federal government. That's a really great idea. Totally smart, really, really effective, okay? Leftist rioters have successfully chased out Minneapolis police by breaking their windows, throwing objects, and kicking their vehicles. So this is also what I think is funny, is that this is why Tim Walz is trying to talk them off a cliff. This is the real reason why, is that now these idiots, this is what's funny about it, is that these people are just going out and they're just being violent in general. Like, they're against ICE. Like, you have to understand there's a big distinction. Like, the state police and ICE are totally different. So ICE is like a federal fucking agency, and the state police are your neighbors. So these are your neighbors. You're attacking them and breaking their windows and destroying everything. That's it.
They don't even understand what they're doing. They're just trying to destroy things. I'm an ex-soldier. People, yeah, don't.
Only deranged leftists with.
Dude, it's such an easy take. It's like, well, no, he shouldn't have used his weapon. It's like, fuck you. You're attacking him. It's your fault.
Think that abetting crimes is what the Second Amendment is for? It's embarrassing, isn't it? The left's January 6th is on January 7th. What are the odds? It is funny for me to see. Yeah. The Mandami director crying. Yeah, I did see that. I'll talk about that later, but I want to cover this and go through everything as it happens, right?
Okay, looks like they are throwing snowballs as the officers are leaving. So again, I believe it was a state patrol, and we see some MPD officers who were leaving that scene. Hennepin County telling us that their sheriff's deputies have not been on that scene, but it looks like as officers are leaving the scene, just having some protesters or bystanders, agitators, throwing some snowballs at them.
Yeah.
We saw this earlier.
We did. Yeah, we saw this exact thing earlier, and this is targeted toward ICE agents at that particular time.
The thing is, it's not even ICE in a lot of these cases.
But now, as you mentioned, this is MPD, BCA was on scene, the sheriff's department as well.
It's because the state and local police have orders not to confront the protesters. Yeah, because the thing is that the police are weaponized to allow these protests. This is the way it works, is that the people that are in charge of the state allow these protesters to run wild and to create chaos. Then after the protesters are running wild and creating chaos, what happens after that is that you then use that chaos as a justification for why it's bad to bring in the federal government. So it's effectively a power play that they're having the protesters do on their behalf. Do you see kind of how this works? So like they let these protesters cause the problem and then they blame the problem on the government. Do you think they should crack down hard on the chaos? Yeah, of course. Of course, obviously.
And as the street is opening up here, you can see a lot of these protesters, these people in the community responding to.
But I mean, this tells you exactly what you need to know. Like, the people, this is the normalcy of the people. This is why I don't buy into any kind of thing. Like, when 2018, 2019, 2020, the normality was all these people were against this, right? They were like, no, you do me, no. Oh, no, this is horrible. Oh, no. Yeah. I'm in a section of the city, no trucks, cars, killed, electricity. That's a that's a possibility. That's what you should do. But in reality, what you should do is just go out, arrest like 5% of them, and they will disperse immediately. The moment they realize that you're gonna put them in jail, like actual jail, they're gonna be like, oh fuck, and it's gonna disperse. That's the way it works, by the way. That's the way it's always worked. How long did it take? For the Kenosha disturbs to end when 2 of them were killed by in self-defense.
To this, and now we're having an aerial view here of what we have been seeing.
They're standing on the road.
What we did see earlier, and now it's once again you can see them throwing some of those snowballs at those vehicles, some of which we can see have just drove off as well.
Yo, K2.
Why not just educate the ICE agents to avoid problems like this?
K2.
What would you educate them in? Educate them in just simply telling them not to do their job? Yeah. Like, what are we talking about?
Educating them. Yeah, just educate them. What the fuck are you talking about? It's so stupid.
There's nothing you can, like, you're not going to tell, like, what are you going to do? What's this?
And there'll be more videos. We're in a world with lots of videos, which is a good thing for getting to the truth.
It is.
Let's look at this live shot that we're seeing right now. We just saw some black vehicles.
This is the police. These are your neighbors. You're attacking your own neighbors for something the federal government did. It doesn't even make any sense. The police aren't even working with the federal government anyway. It's like basically, it's like losing a video game and then you punch your dog. What the fuck does the dog have to do with it?
I agree with you. Like, I would do the same thing. Yeah, I agree. But again, I don't think it's necessary. I just think that they need to go in, crack some schools, and put them back into place.
And there'll be more videos. We're in a world with lots of videos, which is a good thing for getting to the truth.
Let's look
People hate all police.
Live shot that we're seeing right now. We just saw some black vehicle vans moving their way through, and now you see snowballs flying in this group of individuals that are moving. You've got law enforcement in the front of this group that look like they're
people
walking
aren't from
backwards.
Minnesota.
So
they're from out-of-state license plates. That's actually, you know what? I wonder how much of this are organized agitators that are going from state to state, from place to place, and just continuing this problem. Because it seems like it's actually quite a bit.
Is the way it looks, backwards by protesters who are throwing snowballs at them right now. Let's bring in Victor Avila. Let's stay on this live shot as we bring in Victor, retired ICE special agent, now assistant director for the Office of National Drug Control Policy.
Same as the UK, all the same agitators.
Victor,
well, I don't think they're flying back and forth.
Can you see what we're seeing live on screen right now? Are you able to?
Trump could use this as a pretext to get rid of these nut jobs, but guess what he's going to do? Nothing. Yeah, he's going to keep chasing around Russian submarines, right? And anyway, urges warning order to burn Minnesota National Guard. Yeah. And let's see if I can find any more of these here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, this is something else. It's they're threatening the United States. Okay.
There's no way that we're gonna go ahead and see this kind of thing. Like, people think that's so easy, but that can actually spark kind of a civil war. He has, like, there are guardrails and there's stuff that he can and cannot do. It is what it is.
And chaos in Minneapolis is leftist right. Oh, here we go. It's Crash Out Central. See, what you have to do to people like this person belongs in a box. You do. You got to put this guy in a box, man. And the thing is that until you put him in a box, he's going to be out there running wild, causing problems. That's the issue. They're crash out Andes. They are. You can't have a civilized society with people like that. It's impossible. Like a casket? No. I mean, like, put him in jail. Like, I don't think you should shoot the guy unless he's being violent, right? So, in general, I think that the problem is that the people that do this, they get away with it. They're like, it's like a child, right? Where if you let a kid just continue getting away with bad behavior, it will continue just committing bad behavior. But if you enforce discipline and you expect better behavior out of it, well, it won't do that.
Thank you for the watch time.
Yep.
Thank you for
Spray him
hanging out.
down. Yep. And you can see, by the way, they're trying to stand in the middle of the road to prevent the police from from being able to move the truck. What they need to do is they need to just bring in the National Guard or even the military and round all of these people up and arrest every single one of them for obstruction. Because I guarantee you, if you went and you built like an emergency enclosure and you put like, I don't know, 10,000 people in there from all these riots, this stuff would happen overnight. Sorry, it would go away overnight. It would instantly stop. Because all you really need to do is show that if you do this, this is what happens. A stadium? Yeah, put them all in a stadium, something like that. I don't know. Moose Alcatraz. We have alligator Alcatraz. I mean, moosins are really big. They are. They're huge. So yeah, you could just have like attack moosins. Yeah, even 1,000 would do the trick. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The judges would let them go. Just don't listen to the judge. Like, I mean, you're the military. What are they going to do? They're going to force their way out? What authority?
Yeah. Just don't listen to the fucking judge. That's right.
Authority does a judge have? Nothing. What are they going to do? If the judge is siding with people that are openly obstructing justice in order to do a political move, that's not a judge. That's an activist. Oh, God. They love to say that. Man. You want to throw the courts? Yeah, I think that if you have a judge that's making rulings based off of politics rather than law, then yeah, absolutely you should get rid of the judge. 100% you should. We have a huge problem where we have a lot of judges that are appointed to positions that make rulings based off of political biases rather than the actual nature of the law. They make very bad faith rulings. They intentionally block things for political means. And I consider this a massive threat because in order to have a separation of powers, you have to have the respect of the power. And so whenever they don't have any respect to the power at all, and they're just using it and weaponizing it, are you really doing anybody any favors by listening to them? Did you notice the back of the cop car was busted? Yeah. Actually, I didn't. Let me see that again. If they're Nazis, they'd literally shoot the whole crowd. Yeah. Brings back memory.
Yeah, it's exactly what they would do. It's kind of fun. It's kind of interesting to watch people like Asmongold reacting to this. The only reason why I like to watch sometimes Asmongold is not because I believe that he has like super amazing takes. It's more of I enjoy listening to people that are pretty much telling us what they believe in a different sense. Right? Like we finally understand what they're actually believing, what they have to say about their belief system.
Let's paint a Dark Angel in.
Okay, he's gonna be using, I think he's priming it in green. Oh no, he's using he's in the zenithal mode, and what he's doing is he has the airbrush. Yeah, interesting. I've seen those videos for a long time. Like this is the first time I got a Warhammer box or anything. They're super expensive, to be honest, and I never had like the money to buy anything. The only reason why I'm even doing it is because I wanted 300 from Andrew, and I was like, well, I'm gonna have to spend it in something, so I'll spend it in that.
You came for the finances. What if you could have more?
7 million scam? At this point, if you're being scammed by Jake Paul, you deserve it. I understand that people get mad at it, but yeah, it's your damn fault. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. What is my chat saying about it? Is that supposed to be able to do another snatch and grab, take down team? Biden brought in over 650 judges. The problem is, where are you going to get the judges, right? Every single institution, every single one of the institutions where you get a judge is all ruled by leftist idiots. So there's very little you can actually do. Very, very little. This Bree class. Bree's made a lot of cool stuff. I'm not gonna go ahead and thank you, K2. This is you. You lost me? No, you lost me. I'm just trying to find something to do. I didn't prepare anything, to be honest, for today. I was just gonna do the ape thing. Trying to figure out if anybody wants a little bit of pixel art. That's the answer so far has been a no, really. No worries about a judge, but they have to stand and be able to be removed. Yeah, they should be able to be removed. Oh, wait.
Any of it, we know.
People are gonna hate this because this is tag. I already do tag so much. Does God exist? Just a girl, I don't know about political stuff. Yeah, it's not about politics. You might be behind, Cat. It's an apes channel.
Two years ago, I made a video about a prolific cheater who was red carded and banned from a broad spectrum of events for
I found something for you to react to, but it hasn't happened yet. Send it again? I'll do it right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna be honest, Cat. I've been feeling. I've been watching way too much things about 40 for Hammer 40K.
an entire year. And now we're back at it, talking about this situation because he's back and it's not looking pretty. What's up, folks? Welcome back to Tactical Tortoise. My name is Trevi, and let's start with a little recap. At the Lone Star Open 2025, a 200-player event held in Texas and being run by the Tournament Organizer Corps, or TOC, Frontline Gaming, also known as FLG. A player went undefeated, winning all 6 of his games. Now, I'm not going to put the player on blast in this particular video or even mention their name because, in this case, they...
What is the future stream? Who's gonna crash out now? Yo, yeah, this is okay.
He kind of didn't do anything wrong. That might be a controversial thing to say, but please bear with me. Now, that said, back in 2023, they definitely did. The judges at the Lone Star Open issued them a red card as well as a 1-year ban from FLG events for misplaying their army rules, unit stats, and even playing different war gear upgrades on their units between different games. Army lists in Warhammer 40,000 are set at
If that's a baby to me and Cat, I get how bad it's gonna be. Cat's gonna destroy you.
The beginning of an event and can't be changed. So as soon as you change what
Maybe.
loadouts your units have from game to game, that's a big problem.
Probably.
That's definitely against
Most
the rules.
likely.
It was all pretty dumb stuff, but it was easier to get away with towards the beginning of the edition when people were unfamiliar with the rules. Since then, there have also been reports from this time that this player used loaded dice and even printed out modified copies.
Icky stuff from around the Panelverse. From Death Note. Interesting. In 15 hours. Dang. I wonder if I'm gonna be there. It's gonna be interesting too.
Of his rules, changing them in Photoshop so that the rules that he said appeared to be correct. However, I personally don't put quite as much stock into those accusations, especially the one about photoshopped rules, because I've never seen it personally, and that does sound a little insane. But in fairness, at the time, the judges at the event chose to disqualify him and handing him a 1-year ban from their events. Now, at the time, Frontline Gaming and the TCC, Texas Competitive Circuit,
I called him Texas Competitive Circuit in this video, but it's actually Texas Championship Circuit, so that's my bad.
For Warhammer 40,000 were not affiliated. This player had received an indeterminate ban previously from the TTC that lasted for a period of 3 years. But because at the time of Lone Star Open 2023, the two organizations didn't have like an established relationship. Frontline Gaming didn't consider this.
You okay, kitty?
Frontline Gaming didn't consider this previous ban when assessing penalties from their own event. Now, before we dive too deeply into things, I do want to disclose my biases. Recently, I've established a relationship with Frontline Gaming, the TOC in charge of Lone Star Open, or LSO, as well as many of the largest events in the US. Frontline Gaming has sponsored my online invitational tournament, invited me to stream this year's Lone Star Open, and I've been working with them over the last couple of weeks. I've notified them that I am making this video, and they were kind enough to provide to me some statements about the situation. However, these situations about cheating and misconduct in Warhammer 40,000 are important to me personally, so I'm going to do my best to speak up and provide the facts regardless. Now, here we sit 2 years after that original incident, and Lone Star Open 2025 is coming up. And lo and behold, this player is back on the player list. Now, obviously, plenty of time has elapsed for his 1-year ban to expire, which is why I say he didn't actually do anything wrong in this case. He just had the audacity to come back after receiving such vocal community backlash from the original case. Especially given the fact that this player had already received previous bans from the TCC, and then returned to the circuit and continued to cheat in other events. But needless to say, the community wasn't a fan. As I mentioned before, this player had previously been banned from the TCC. That ban had been lifted 3 years later, which allowed him to participate in some events. He came back and almost immediately began cheating again, not only at Lone Star Open, but also some other events that were external to the Texas Competitive Circuit. So long story short, the local community was super duper done with dealing with this guy. Now, according to Frontline Gaming, a player registered for the Lone Star Open 2025 event raised a concern about being paired against the player in question, which they felt would ruin their experience. From what Frontline Gaming told me, a manual pairing adjustment was being discussed between the player who brought this concern to FLG and FLG's judge team. This would allow the concerned player to avoid being paired against the player in question and potentially ruining their experience in doing so. I was able to discuss some of these details with one of the head organizers from the Texas Competitive Circuit, who told me that the opt-out was being more broadly floated around the TCC community, who polled several community leaders about broadly requesting to opt out of being paired against this player amongst themselves. This discussion led to a...
I'm so confused. It's like, this guy is a cheater. He is cheating. Just ban him. And they're like, no, we have to have the 30 billion layers of bureaucracy for banning him for... Ugh, sometimes I hate nerds. Sometimes I hate nerds. This is the kind of bullshit that gives us a bad name. We create these stupid hierarchies that mean absolutely nothing, and the solution is so simple.
very widely shared Reddit post that reported that Frontline Gaming was assembling a list of players who did not wish to be paired against this particular opponent. According to statements that Frontline Gaming had made both publicly and to myself, that was never an official policy, and no such list was actually being assembled. I don't even know how an event would realistically go about enforcing this, besides spending tons of man hours every single round manually checking every single pairing that this player had gotten against a set restricted list, which I imagine would not be worthwhile for both the TOC and their event staff. Not to mention the fact that it does harm the competitive integrity of the event. Shifting pairings in that way can change how players would otherwise normally have been paired, which obviously could change their tournament win path. In any case, this post and news of the situation spread like wildfire. I was personally messaged with a link to this thread at least 10 times almost immediately upon it being posted.
Hello, Auntie. We're just watching some weird drama in 40K. Okay, I'm trying. I'm gasping for air. I'm gasping for air.
In light of this backlash, Frontline Gaming asked the player in question not to attend their event after all. This eventually transitioned to a second indefinite ban from the TCC, which would also then, by extension, bar him from participating in this year's Lone Star Open, since the Lone Star Open has since been incorporated into the Texas competitive circuit. In my discussions with them, Frontline Gaming has also referenced some structural changes to their organization to more heavily enforce fair play and player conduct at their events. For those who don't know, the organization itself underwent some pretty fundamental restructuring in the years since the 2023 event, and much of the core team responsible has been replaced, bringing an entirely new perspective. They've also committed to a closer relationship with local circuits and communities to avoid situations like this in the future, embodied by the fact that, of course, the Lone Star Open is now part of the Texas competitive circuit, saying to me in their statement that the individuals who dedicate their time to building and growing strong local communities via circuits play an important role in the broader community. From what I've seen, in many cases, those circuits reflect the collective voices of their region. I absolutely believe that serious.
I told you this is too much nerd. Yes, I know. It's like we're gonna go ahead and create this whole structure, and it's gonna be filled to the brim with bureaucracy. Okay, I'm done. I'm done as well. This is too much. Do I want to listen to this again? I don't think so. I already made a full react to whatever Sarah was doing. Oh, what is this? Trippy went crazy and that Andrew started things to do with him. STFU. That's a reason to start with other people. I don't even understand. The whole problem, it's so dumb. I don't care. The lamps are really good. It's awesome. Yeah. we need an update stream at some point, okay? It's been a little while. You told Castle about his replies? I don't care. Look at that little fella. When was this? 9 days ago? I don't remember this. I've been so tired, I'll try to do one today. I mean, rest. You don't do it if you got time or you want to. What happened there? No, what happened there? Just biogenies. Now, if it's between sleeping or doing one, just sleep. Is biogenies eating now? It seems like she wants to eat whatever that is. Biogenies. Pretty awesome.
Rejection never.
Oh wait. Hey, I have. No, it's time to make fun of red pillars.
Exact text messages. Women will test you forever. I don't care if you haven't met her yet, you've been dating her for 10 years.
Is that Mohammed's next wife? Probably passive income. Biogenies. I thought about doing it on it. Yeah. Maybe like a nanny cam while you're at work. That can work. Yeah, people do like doing this kind of stuff.
The female test to men will never go away. And you have to understand the dark psychology behind their tests because you need to know how to pass. If you fail one of these tests, you could lose the girl forever. I've seen it happen many times. And so we're going to break down in this video different psychological tests that women do to men and how to pass them. Because you can't be out here putting in all this effort into dating women and fumbling them because you don't know the tests they're putting you through.
I don't understand. Like, if you see the world this way, like, what is the point of even having a relationship? If it's like, oh, you're gonna be tested, and like, what is the point of it, right? Relationships are about trust and companionship and making each other feel like you're worth it, so you can move together in life. It's not about testing and bullshit. Side note: congrats to the people in Iran. Fuck the IRGC. Did something happen in Iran? Iran's rejecting Islam. This number of books share alone in mass, and they're more probably Iranian. Soleimani statue set on fire by participants in Iran. Okay, so there's a lot of protest. Well, it's annoying. Uh, you know what? I understand that's happening. I don't think it's gonna last. Good morning, Wally.
Smarten up. So number one is the social proof test. This one's a little bit tricky. This test is when you've been seeing a girl for
And it's about to take their country back from me. So I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the hurt 5 major system, 5 major cities. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's gonna end up in a couple, like a dozen people killed. That's what I think is gonna end up.
Few weeks, maybe even a few months. And she's going to say something along the lines of, are you seeing other women? Who are you with? What are you doing at blank? And she's going to test the social proof around your desirability. She's going to see how you respond when you're put on the spotlight. Are you seeing other women? And this is before you're exclusive, obviously. So you're not doing anything wrong, but it's still a test. And any guy can attest this that's been through this. It's a difficult test to pass because basically men think there's two options. They think there's only the option of saying absolutely not or yes and being completely straightforward. Let me tell you the problem with both of those approaches and what the best approach is for this exact question. When you
There's more? Sometimes. Maybe. No, it's gonna be like, be mysterious. You're gonna be mysterious about it.
tell a woman, I am seeing other women, they will probably leave, even if you're not exclusive with her, because they feel humiliated. They feel embarrassed. They feel like they have no respect for themselves because you're so upfront about it. Women.
Well, it's gonna get worse. That's the thing I'm gonna say. Need to get a farm. I have a million ideas. Yeah, I know. Farms are awesome though.
Don't want to know reality, okay? They don't
They're a
want to
lot
know
of
the
work
truth.
too.
They don't want to know the ins and outs. They want to be shielded from reality. Even though they put you in a position to tell them the truth, they don't want to hear it. And that's what you're falling for. So you can't go direct because that's not going to work. If you go indirect and you're blatantly like, no, not at all, not at all, they will press you. They will press you. They will say you're lying and it will be a fight. And it may end well, it may not. So you can't go completely lying either. The best way I have done this to handle this test is I jokingly say, of course not. And you have to do this the right way. You have to make it light. You have to make them feel silly. You have to induce all these emotions because at the end of the day, all she really wants when she causes a fight with you, and especially in this moment, is just be comforted. They don't want the truth. They don't want to know. They don't want to go deep into this conversation. All they want is a little bit of emotional reassurance that you like them. That's what they want. Because if it was actually a genuine issue, they would actually bring it up. But this is a test that you have to know how to pass. And so what I will do if a woman's like, are you seeing other women? Like, were you on a date? Who are you with? I'll be like, shh, there's no reason to be like this. Okay? There's no reason to be like this. You know I like you. You know I'm with you. Take it easy. You notice how I did.
Well, take it easy. You know, I'm not gonna answer your question. Just take it easy. I don't know. This guy pisses me off, to be honest. Come from a farm to a family, I know. Yeah. He really pisses me off.
Didn't respond directly or indirectly. I didn't respond directly yes or no. I responded very vaguely, and I made them feel good.
Oh, there you go. Just be vague about it. Don't actually answer the question. Just be vague about it. Yeah.
And I didn't give them a truthful, straight to the point answer because they don't want it. They just want a little reassurance. And so I'll be playful with them. Maybe I'll tickle them. Be like, nothing to worry about here. Okay, let's take it easy. I'm sure you sound hungry. Let's get you a snack. Maybe it's time for nap time. And they laugh and they may push back a little. They may, no, I'm serious. Okay. All right. Let's reel this in. You're being silly, blah, blah, blah. They get over it because they can't help it when I
Manila didn't have a son. He had a retard.
put them in this emotional state. They can't help but be happy and calm. You see what I did there? Number 2, the compliance test. They will try at any stage of the situation, of the dynamic between you two, to get you to do things. And it will start very small, okay? It will start with, hold my purse, do this, pick up my things, blah, 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 blah. Don't be confused. This is a test. Don't be naive. This is a test. And women do all these tests subconsciously, okay? So most of the time, they're not intelligent enough to be calculated. These are all instinctual, subconscious, emotional behavior. And you have to nip the compliance test in the butt because it will get worse and worse and worse. And as women see that they can get you to do things for them, they'll never stop until they're so bored of it. Because women get bored with power. They try to get the power, they get the power, they hate it. because they know they should be dominated. They know they should be led.
Because of course.
That's what's natural with
That's I hate this. I hate this psychologizing BS. Need to have a farm for the grandchildren to be sent for the summer vacation to learn how to act right and appreciate how easy modern life is when they go back home. I like that. I don't think this dude put out pity into the fucking ground. It's so annoying. It's like, oh yeah. It's such a horrible way to look at life. I will dominate you.
nature. And so she will try until she gets it, and she'll hate you. And so it'll never be enough. The compliance test will never be enough. She'll want more and more and more and more until she's bored. So how do you handle it? You tell them no in a joking way. What you'll notice with handling tests is how we handle the test has to be from a place of creating emotion in them that disarms them. They will no longer press in a test when they are in a giddy mood. Like the social proof test where I just made.
When they're in a giddy mood. What the fuck does that even mean? I feel like I'm losing brain cells. It's such a bad way to look at relationship. Like, we all know that there are times when they're doing like trick questions and you're like, fuck. But I don't think that's the way out of them. Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and be like, yeah, this is the case, or no, this is not the case. Like, even they understand that. I don't know.
I made her laugh. I made her calm down. Didn't take her serious. She's in a lighter mood. She can't press me. It's no different with the compliance test. And so if a woman tells me to grab her purse or something, I may grab the purse and then like put it on the ground. Because let's face it, you're not gonna win with me, okay? And I'll say a joke about it. I'll make her laugh. She needs to know I'm not doing these tests, okay? Oh yeah, I'll grab your purse on the ground. Right, good stuff. That's game. And then she'll look at me like, oh, he didn't do what I want him to do. And in the moment, she'll be emotional. But subconsciously, later on, she'll be so happy he didn't do what the fuck.
Yeah, imagine this shit. Like, you going out and she's like, could you pass me the purse? And you're like, take the purse, then you put it in the ground and be like, I don't play those fucking games. I don't. I also bitch slapped those sunglasses off his face. He deserves it. Yeah.
You told me to do. Trust me. Okay, number 3. This is the neg test. Okay. And if a woman is doing this test to you, by the way, you lost frames somewhere in the beginning. Because for them to even think this is acceptable is fucking crazy. But it happens to a lot of guys. A lot of guys will have a woman do what's called a neg test. And so they will tease you and neg you in a joking way. But the shit's not funny. And it's not a joke. And they're doing it to try and put you down, try to fuck with you. It is a test, okay? When they joke about the things you wear, for example, this is an example of a neg test. They'll be like, did you even try that shirt on before you bought it? Like, it doesn't even fit you, or like something like that. And then if you reply emotionally, they'll call you insecure. That's the cycle, right? Because if you reply emotionally and you're like, what are you talking about? Like, of course I tried it on. They'll be like, why are you so mad? Why are you so insecure? They bait you. They try to bait you into being emotional. That's what they do. They're like kids. They just poke. They just poke. And so you just gotta slam, okay? When this happens.
Why this guy? I don't know, I decided to end up with a little bit of rage. Inducing retardedness rage. All he does is like, oh yeah, don't take them seriously. Do the opposite. This guy seems to look like an actual digital sticker. He is one. So dumb.
By the way, it shouldn't. If it is, by the way, you lost frame in the beginning. But if it does, if a girl ever said that to me, for example, let's just run this through. If a girl ever said something about my clothes or the size or whatever, I would look at her in the face. Maybe I'd pat her on the head. Maybe I'd grab her by the neck and lean in and look at her. And I'd be like, this shirt fits perfectly. Okay, this shirt fits perfectly. What are they going to do? They're going to start laughing. They're going to get a little nervous because I'm imposing my dominance on them. When I grab a woman by the neck,
guy seems like he's trying to look, yeah, wanna rage, yeah. And what is the slip just for fun? He looks 2D.
Okay, what are they gonna do?
Imagine if this fucker is just an AI. Like, it's just created by AI.
You really gonna nag me right now?
It's fucking. His skin looks fucking weird, by the way. Line drawing.
No, fight or flight kicks in. And because they forget how powerful men are, okay? They forget how powerful you are over them. And so when you impose these little signs of physical dominance, obviously I'm not hurting her, but I'm reminding her of my power. And I do these little things. And
I got the power. Do, 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 do. It's fucking stupid. The dumbest thing ever in my life.
then I make her laugh. She's not gonna fucking nag me anymore. Because she's been reminded of the sheer domination I have over this girl. Number 4, flake test, or the reschedule test. Women will try to test you by flaking, by rescheduling, by being shady, etc. The worst thing you could do in this scenario is reward this behavior with more attention and more effort. It's the worst thing you can do. The only thing you can do, and again, this is another one of those tests where if she is doing this, your frame on the front end there's something broken on the front end. If you want me to fix
the front end, let me go ahead and tell you, your interface is broken. It's so stupid. The backrooms are reflecting sunglasses. His brain is reflecting the sunglasses. You see how empty it is?
all of your dating issues, by the way.
Is it say I am it? I wish it was.
Apply to work with me below. I'll change your fucking life. Not kidding. But if this is happening and she flakes or she forgets or she's like, I need to reschedule and doesn't offer clear dates and clear times to reschedule, the worst thing you could do is put in more attention, reward the behavior, give more effort. That is a surefire way to put attraction from however low it is right now to zero and have her walk and have zero interest. The only way to shift the frame and the dynamic at this point is to take back all your attention and behavior, right? All of your effort, and only come from a busier position of strength. So if she flakes on you and says, hey, I'm sorry, like blah, 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 just like the message. Just back off for a while. Or say something along the lines of, oh, I'm actually so glad you had to reschedule. I actually forgot I had plans. You saved us. Thank you. Always be busier. Always be in a position of leverage. Always be in the frame of, I am in charge. I am in control. No matter how truthful that may be, that's how you have to play it. And you cannot seem bothered. Don't care. I'm busy too. Glad you had to reschedule because I also had some shit. We'll talk later. That's the only thing you can do in that situation. Number 5 is the jealousy trigger. If a woman is trying to make you jealous, that is a test to see how you'll react. Again, they're baiting you to be emotional so that they can get the power and then leave you. Welcome to the dark psychology of women. And so what a woman will do is she will try to make you jealous. She will say, oh, this guy came up to me. She will say, oh, I got this DM, and blah, 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 blah. She's trying to also increase her desirability in your eyes by making it really known to you that other men love her, and so therefore you should love her more because she's with you, okay? So they'll do these things to you. And most guys will get jealous and fall for the trap. They will get jealous. They will feel.
Yeah, well, this is dumb. This guy's like, I ever more retarded on the Those are girls sunglasses, don't care what anyone says, they are. A lie, thought it was just me. No, he is not just you. He is a very, very dumb retarded. Andrew Tate.
The emotion, they will let it be seen. She won. In all of these tests, if you get emotional, you lose. You have to be stoic and detached. And so in these situations, the worst thing you could do is to be like, no, that's not right, blah, blah. He shouldn't have done, right? Emotional jealousy, blah, blah, blah. You don't get jealous at all. I don't care if she's your wife, okay? You don't get jealous. You don't show the emotion. You keep it under wraps. So what you can do in this situation to handle this test is you can say something along the lines of, well, what did you say? How did you react? Put it back on them. I'd love to hear that. Oh, you went up to, nice. What did you say? How'd you react? Just curious. Let them talk. Let them dig themselves in a hole. Oh, nothing. I blah, 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 blah. And if they behaved well, or they said they behaved well, because we weren't there and we don't know, all we do is say, good job. Next conversation. Next topic. You were.
See, even modern stoicism is gay. This is not a stoicism, okay? This is retardedness. The stoicism is not about, the reason why he's saying this kind of bullshit. Don't make me mad, Elder Lion. Don't make me fucking mad. The stoicism has nothing to do with this retarded psycho babble bullshit.
Reward them for good behavior. You don't engage. You don't act jealous. You simply put it on them. I'm not jealous, but I want to know how you
Piss
behave.
me off.
Very simple. I don't care if this is early on or whatever. Even if you're not exclusive, Do this jokingly, playfully, and say good job to reinforce this behavior. You need to condition their minds. If they're not, they will run wild and they will control you. And so us men need to know, we can't get emotional, we can't fall for the test, we have to know how to handle it with poise and ease. And if you want me to make you a master of women in dating and female psychology, apply below to work with me one-on-one. This program will change your life well beyond dating for the rest of your life. Give you the skills to handle women in dating, for relationships, whatever it is that you want. And I also have a starter course below to make you more unreadable,
This is not modern stoicism, okay? He's kind of a cynic too. This is stoicism talks about duty and other kind of things. So this is not like the modern stoic. Coomer stoicism. It's just Coomerism. I don't think it's Coomer.
Now, something I somehow didn't film was I took this kind of little halo on this Crozius from the same Terminator Chaplain, and I added that. You'll see it in the final result. I don't know how I didn't film it, but just so you know. We're then going to assemble the shield as normal with the arm and with the shoulder pad that the Deathwing Knightmaster usually uses. Now, in the character profile, this character comes with either a Stormbolter or a Combi Bolter. And if he's going to be using a shield and a big melee weapon, how are we going to carry his Combi Bolter around? Well, the answer was obviously a Watcher in the Dark. We're going to cut this little sleeve off the book, and we're going to assemble
Yeah, I
the
agree.
Watcher
He's
in
just
the
a
Dark
douche. I
as
don't think he has
normal.
a coherent theory of anything.
Once he's ready, we're taking this Combi Plasma Gun. This is from the Black Templars Primaris Sword Brethren kit. We're just going to get rid of the hand, and we're going to glue on just a little, I think this is a pistol grip. This is from a generic pistol holster. If you have any Space Marines, you've got one of these lying around.
You're the lady, I appreciate that.
We're then going to glue the Combi Plasma to the Watcher in the Dark so it looks like he is carrying it for his master.
Oh, it's so cool.
Next, we're going to glue a head in. I chose to go for the helmeted head, the unique Deathwing Knight helmet. I think they look really cool. And we're going to get him fixed to the base. We've got to make sure that he goes kind of towards the back of the base. We need to leave some space for the Watcher in the Dark to actually sit in front of him and be carrying his gun. Otherwise, it's just going to look a little bit weird if they're too kind of squashed together in the middle of the base. Then we're going to put on our shield arm. And I've chosen to go with the Great Mace from the Deathwing Knight kit, just because it looks cool. It looks cool, and it screams Dark Angel, so we're just going to assemble that like we would for the normal Deathwing Knight Master, and we're going to glue that arm onto our captain. Next, I've taken this little sort of back piece from the Dark Angel's upgrade kit, and we're just going to fix it to the top of the Terminator plate. And this is basically the finished sculpt. I did have a sword hanging off his back. I thought it would be cool to kind of represent the two weapon options, the mace counting as a power fist and the sword being there if I wanted to run him with a sword, but it just felt a bit too clean.
I've been dissecting his philosophy for a few days now. Why? There's no philosophy there. It's Emmet's gonna be too nerd for us shortly. This is not nerdy. This is me looking at a guy that I think it's pretty fucking awesome when it comes to like making minis and make them look amazing.
Clunky for me, so I ended up getting rid of it. And here is the final result.
Oh, look at that. The painting is a little bit messy, but I like everything else.
I had a lot of fun putting this model together and a lot of fun painting him. I really enjoy the color scheme that I've got down now for Deathwing.
You look at guys, that's not what I mean.
Of fun. There are some things
Gremlin. Cucumber Gremlin. I can't pretend this is cool to me. You don't have to pretend it. Can you at least save it for when I'm doing it and pretend that I'm cool once? Not a lot of times, just once. I'll be okay if it's once. Yeah, I'm just nerding out. I'm tired too at this point.
Him from California. You want to talk about morals? What do you got?
Or whatever you guys want to talk about.
I have those glasses. Okay.
Like,
Are you a believer?
I said when I'm doing it, when I'm doing it on the stream, just once. Once when I'm doing it on the stream. I'll watch Emmet, but if you're commenting, I'm leaving. I don't have a boyfriend, you dumb. Ever. Like, when I'm trying it out, it's just like, hey, you're gonna be like once, you're gonna be like, hey, that's cool. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's awesome, thank you. That's it. Then you can be like, this is fucking nerd shit and I hate it.
Yeah.
I like his sunglasses.
I guess we would argue that they split from us.
Right. Okay.
It's obvious, Spurg Bob. Yeah, you don't have any arguments. Get the cockroach.
P1 men like the coon. P2 woman should submit to men because woman by nature must submit to men's. Conclusion: woman must let me coon to be a what? That made me laugh. That's actually funny.
Roaches out of here. We don't need cockroaches. They just all they're after is some attention. Goodbye.
Once
yeah.
Are you at university? I don't know.
So where do you live in the United States or in a different country? Out of curiosity.
No, the United.
Meatball says, "Bro, why are you calling in?" Yeah, fair enough. I mean, to be honest, I was doing all sorts of things that I shouldn't have been doing at the time. If you're speaking Meatball, if you're speaking about being like a catechumen and calling
United States, yeah.
Okay, wow, it's not as common to find Eastern Orthodox in the U.S. So why do you believe?
What?
It's blowing up. It's becoming super popular.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do you believe it?
I guess.
That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not common.
I would say, again, the worldview, the fact that it's the only worldview that is coherent, doesn't really make sense. Just from when I was listening to you guys, I'm just curious, like, you guys were making a lot of moral claims. I don't know your worldview, but are you guys both naturalists, like materialists, like solely, or more intricate than that?
They're like, what? Worldview? Oh, no. Oh, no. What do I do? I actually don't have a full worldview. I've never been asked what my worldview is. I know I like gay pride parades.
I guess I would call myself a secular humanist.
Oh Lord, here we go.
What do you call yourself?
Right, but like epistemology.
I guess maybe if it fits what I want, what it means.
Yeah, that's it. Epistemology-wise, that is our epistemology, secular humanism.
This needs to zoom in. This just needs a lot of blinking right now. My epistemology is secular humanism. Okay.
My epistemology is, am I allowed to cum? Pretty much.
There is no like theology that goes into being an atheist. Like we don't have like a theistic worldview, so that's secular by definition. And then humanist means that our kind of value system is based around like what is and what isn't good for humanity.
Yeah, that's your ethical position, right? And you're stating that you don't have a theological or supernatural take, but you said that's my epistemology. Are they uncertain of what is referred to when you say epistemology?
You know, how do
I know things? I read the Secular Manifesto. That's how I know things. That's my methodology. Interesting methodology. Interesting.
Best help and support
I just read the Humanist Manifesto. Secular Humanist Manifesto. So dumb. I don't have an epistemology. I went to
human community. So secular humanism.
Both say that the human community.
It's a study of the epistles, right? Yeah.
Like materialist, like you only believe the material world exists?
I would say not necessarily. I haven't seen any evidence of.
I haven't seen
any evidence of sexual ecumenism. Ah, man, that's a good one. I read it twice and I didn't realize it.
Seen any evidence, which
I
is
read it twice,
doubling
like
down
secular
on the
ecumenism.
materialist view. Is that what do you think? That's cute? I haven't seen evidence for anything non-material. Well, yeah, that's what's in question. The fact that it wouldn't be based on evidentialism.
Wouldn't it?
Non-material, whatever,
Would
or
it?
I haven't seen any evidence of supernatural anything. But if I see it and I can verify it's supernatural, then great.
Now, Jeff, I don't know Jeff here. He's a catechumen. And all he really needs to do here is ask the two of them or the one of them, do you believe in human rights?
Yeah. That is a good way to put it out. It's like, go ahead and talk about something that is not material that they believe in. And they're going to be in a full-on contradiction the moment they say yes. I haven't seen blind people understand gravity and a punch in the face. I need to see it. I need to see it to believe it. Yeah, no.
And then he can go wash his hands.
I don't think it's going to go
Well, I
with
guess
that.
that was, see, that's kind of an issue right there, right? So I guess what I would say is,
they're already reacting. Look at them.
so I'd ask you
Look at that smug look. Look at that smug look.
a question of, and I'm not trying to be silly when I say it, but can a rock or a chair articulate concepts?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Can you articulate a concept?
Yes.
Okay. So I would say that you are not a rock or a chair. So that means that you have
I
a
don't
mind.
think that. Now, hang on. I'm sorry. You're making some like a logical argument here. But
Second time I broke Emmett today. Well, it's not hard to break me. It's not hard to break, but that's already broken.
okay, so in a syllogism, if we're doing this syllogism style, I guess you could conclude that I am not a rock or a chair since I can.
Right. But
articulate
hold on,
argument.
I'm not done. Are concepts material?
Are concepts material?
Yeah, you see any evidence of a concept? Did you weigh it, smell it, taste it, bend
Seen
it,
it?
break it? Did you ever bend freedom?
Have you ever seen it?
Bend liberty? You ever kick an inch?
Can't stop playing with our toy. What the fuck you talking about, Charles?
You ever burn a 7?
You're using. All right. So you asked. To me if I believe only material things. I said, no, not necessarily. But I don't believe in supernatural things. So you're starting from a false.
But it's supernatural because they're not material. It's, what do you call the natural world? It's a material world that you can have an interaction with. That's the whole point of it. These teardrops.
Premise here.
No, he's not even saying anything supernatural.
Said I don't believe in the
Not
supernatural.
necessarily.
And concepts
Well,
are not supernatural.
Dodging already.
Okay, well, I'm trying to have you explain. So concepts are non-material.
Just Emmett, adults are talking. Shut up. What was the? No, fuck you, Elder. Fuck all of you. You know what? I'm too tired. I want to go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do. I want to go to bed. How about I go to bed? Huh? Damn. This week's been really not great. The sexual communisms. I'm not gonna go to bed and let's continue this real quick.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, do they? Awesome. So, do concepts, and we'll just pick one like truth or the laws of logic, whatever you want. Are they absolute and unchanging?
It depends on what you're.
I would say universal. Absolute, I used to use absolute, but it's kind of like it's hard to grasp what that means from their perspective. But universal is better because they have to admit there are universal concepts.
Referring to.
Cool. Does the concept of truth or the laws of logic, do they change?
I don't know. Like, okay, what do you get?
They're so done. They're so not prepared for this.
Getting at? Just, I'll say no.
What are you getting at? Just answer the question, and you'll see where he's getting at. Okay? You know what? They feel weird because they know they're trapped. You know, this guy, Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers. Hey, Fredo.
I don't even know if this is a lady.
Hope you have
actually
a good
on
one.
the right side.
No, they don't change. Go on.
Okay. Okay, great. Can you create these? Like, I know you and me.
They smell defeat. Yeah.
Create a concept that is dependent on our own physical brains and bodies. Like, you and me can create a concept of a story or an idea that is held within our mind, and we can only share it verbally with others. But we can't create a concept that is universally shared.
This guy watches the show.
Shared throughout all humans. So I would say
one
that
more hour
concepts that are universal.
I can do it.
Like
I
truth,
can do this one more hour.
logic, morals.
Look at that eyebrow face. It's so. You know what I mean? It's almost like a kid. It's like when I'm telling my 9-year-old.
Do I have a red suit? No.
Something that's important, and maybe she knows like she's responsible. This is the face.
Reasoning, knowledge.
I can't create moral reasoning.
What?
Can you create a new concept?
You can't create reasoning.
Concept like good.
Creating reasoning would mean you're using reasoning already. You can't create the thing that would be required for reason. I mean.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I can come up with new concepts. People come up with concepts all the time. Is that what you mean?
Did you hear what I said though? About like being
I'm
able
trying
to
to
share.
articulate what I think you said, but I get, is that not what you were trying to imply?
You can create a concept that is limited within your mind, right?
Are you asking if it's possible for me to come up with a new idea? The answer is yes, I can come up with a new idea.
Can you create a new idea that is shared universally between all humans at the same time?
No.
No.
Okay, great. Would you say that the concept of truth or the concept of good is universal?
No.
I wouldn't have thrown the both of them. You could just use truth. Moral, they're going to take a subjective approach, and they're not going to see the relationship between truth and morality. So you just go with truth. That's what I find very effective. You just go with truth. Don't do two. Now they have to juggle the two. Now where their brains go, like you brought their brain to a place that didn't need to go to about morals, because now they're stuck on morals. They're going to say morals are subjective or preference-based. Truth, stick with truth. In their view, truth is conceptual.
These guys are the nerds doing all the craziest stuff in Warhammer 40k. I'm stupid.
And it has to be universal.
These are subjective concepts. These are
truth is subjective concept.
We talked about this earlier with Doug.
I'm not giving a reference.
Right, but you want the answer to but you want the.
See, that was a mistake there. You can't confuse them. Don't give them too many ingredients. Just give them one ingredient.
The answer to be yes, but it's not yes. I can see that you're trying to lead us. You're trying to breadcrumb us down this road. I know, Jeff. I already know where you're going, though. You're trying to breadcrumb us down this road to go, oh, but aren't truth and those things universal? Then if humans can't create things that are universally believed amongst all people, it must be God. I don't agree with you that truth and logic are these.
I don't agree that truth and logic are universal.
Universally agreed upon concepts.
You don't think truth is universal. It's over. Another 2 in a row. 2 in a row. Their basic foundation, that's bad faith, right?
But Jeff, I'm telling you, how do you know?
Yeah, if there's no universal truth and it's all subjective, then my truth and your truth is the truth. And it all depends on who has a bigger gun. Because those are the only people who are going to be able to enforce whatever truth it's the truth. Right? It's subjective. It depends on the person. It's not objective. Objective truth, though, nonetheless allows them to be actual moral axioms, and it has nothing to do with force directly.
I know, and I didn't ask. I know, and I didn't answer the question you needed. The way.
Are these 2 women who are LARPing as men? I honestly don't know. I can't even tell anymore.
You needed me to answer it in order to make your bad argument. So
I'm tired too.
I did answer it.
Atheist stew.
I said no. You said, are they universal concepts? And I said,
how do universal concepts begin?
There are no universal concepts.
There are no universal concepts. Ladies and gentlemen, the atheist mind. There are no universal concepts.
Is that a universal? There's no truth. There are facts. Whoever has the 50 call. Time to use it.
We're on the side of truth, you guys. These theists, they're so wacky.
There's no universal truth.
These theists, they're just so wild. They believe that
the one that lives looks like a human turkey hybrid. Yeah, true. No universals. Is that universally true? No. What? Well, true.
The craziest things. There are no universal concepts.
Jeff, I didn't say yes to the question. Jeff, you can't just keep going when you didn't get the answer you wanted.
You're yelling right now. Bob's Burgers.
Is the concept?
He's spurging hard.
I said no, Jeff. I told you no. You wanted the answer to be yes, so that you could make the argument, how do we come up with a concept that is universally agreed upon if humans can't come up with universal concepts? You wanted me to say yes, so that you could go on to that. I didn't say yes, Jeff. I said no. So you can't just keep going.
Well, he acts like this is some sort of win. That's not a win. He acts like this is a win, like he escaped something. Dude, you're stuck in a dilemma here. They don't think ahead of, these people don't think ahead. They think emotionally. So they think, oh, I'm feeling trapped by the Christian now, so I'm going to freak out and say no without understanding you're in a trap. So the trap is this. If you get the atheist to agree that truth, logic is universal, Then you argue what the ontology of it is, and you get to a conceptual, and then you get to the mind-dependent aspect. If they don't say, yes, it's universal, then they deny their own positions and deny truth. They're no longer arguing for anything. So it's a true problem for them. They have to choose. This is why when people call in, not often, but you've all seen when someone calls in and I take this approach about truth, under their view being conceptual. So from our view, it's not conceptual. It has a conceptual element to it insofar as propositions and things, but truth is a being from our perspective, not a set of propositions or a concept.
I said no, Jeff. I said no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Okay. Why are you yelling, buddy?
Jeff, you have nowhere to go after that.
Claim?
Oh, he has somewhere to go after that.
Is that a universal?
No, it's not. No, there is no such thing as a universal claim. That's what the fuck I'm saying.
That's a universal claim.
That will be a universal claim. If there is no such thing as a universal, that's a universal? Yes, it is. Oh, no. Oh, contradiction. No.
There's no such thing as a universal claim. Bob's Burgers.
Bob's
2025.
Burgers.
There's no such thing as a universal claim.
Oh my god, you see that, Jeff? Him? Yeah, this is the same kind of people that were crying the other day. Like, these kind of fuckers are the ones that are, like, going into Discords and being like, hey, we're the ones that in the top of the hierarchy that we created, okay? You have to go ahead and fill form 67785, and we're gonna go to the DCC, and fuck these guys. These are the retards that are infect all of gaming and all the cool shit that men used to do. It's cool, cat. It's cool. Okay? Plastic BS that we used to play with each other and, fight each other instead of actually fighting. It's fucking awesome.
This is why it's not intellectual. It's spiritual. It's not
I'm
intellectual.
crashing out right now. I'm fucking crashing out. Has he debated Confluence? No, I don't think so. Jim Bob, you mean? Oh, Jim Bob would have a field day with Confluence.
Only a spiritual ailment, a sickness, could give you this type of reasoning. It's not intellectual. You can't yell a universal claim and say there's no universal claims. You can't yell the very thing you're denying.
Is Emmett trying to be a voice actor? No, I'm not. Why? Because I sound like Count Chocula? Oh, one, tricky, tricky, two, tricky, tricky, three, tricky, tricky.
Into the ether.
That would be fun. Not gonna lie. Everybody would like, hey, do you want to do this character? I'd be like, yeah, of course.
Into the darkness.
But I think in the US, there's a guild or something. Stupid shit that you cannot be without their permission.
Bob's Burger. Now, let's see if Jeff here has the wherewithal to say, is that a universal claim?
Jeff, there is no such thing
as a universal claim. Is a universal claim.
Nicely done, Jeff. Oh, look at his eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at this guy or lady. I don't know what they are anymore. Holding his head. Bob, the moment you knew you screwed up. And that was the moment. And that was the moment. Oof. Oof. Jeff. That's a W. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jeff. W's.
Fuck him, come to Australia.
Let's see a whole wall of W's for Jeff here. Nicely done.
I'm going to Australia,
and this is
dude.
just after this guy screams, "You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go." He's yelling it in his arrogance and pride. You have nowhere to go.
I do some creative thing, okay? Just
clip
do
it
a voice
and ship it for real.
instead of some guild people. Yeah, thank you.
Clip it and ship it. You're done. You're
Clip
cooked.
and
It's
ship
over.
it, boys.
Let's see where. Now this is probably where the freak out happens, because you can see in his eyeballs behind these weird sepia glasses. Kids, if you see this guy with a van,
run.
Text your mommy.
Run.
Oh my god, no, it's not because you.
Call the CP police, if you know what I mean.
you disagree, Jeff.
No. Claim. A claim. Wow.
Jeff, I said no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Okay.
So, Jeff, you have nowhere to go after that.
Claim? Is that a universal
No,
claim?
it's not. No, there is no such thing as a universal claim. That's what the fuck I'm saying, Jeff. There is no
There is
such
no such thing as a universal claim is a universal claim.
Oh my God, no, it's not because you disagree, Jeff.
No, that's not what makes
The claim in and of itself is universal, you dumb, you fucking. Oh, why? Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so smart.
a claim if someone disagrees.
That's
another universal claim. A universal claim is not a universal claim unless if someone disagrees. No.
You agree that there are universal truths and that they
claim.
You're trying to.
Oh my God, you're playing word games and get.
Every time word games, you're playing word games. The ultimate atheist cope. You're playing word games.
You're playing the war games. Philosophy hard.
The paradoxes of
I'm saying the thing is, from
there's
my
no such
worldview,
thing as a universal claim as a universal claim. It's a subjective claim that I'm making. You asked me my subjective opinion, and shut up. You asked me my subjective opinion, and I gave you my
shut up. Shut up. Fucking turkey.
Objective answer, and the answer wasn't what you needed it to be to make your bad argument, so you just kept going. You were just.
Did this guy go to Dillahunty emotional camp? Do they do like a whole camp with these people? It's like
The Dillahunty emotional camp. It's a good one. It's a really good one.
Sleepover camp. Is this what happens?
Just like.
Do you agree? Can you agree with me then, from my perspective, since your opinion is subjective?
Yes.
So then it's not
yes, my opinion is subjective, absolutely, and my subjective opinion is that your argument is dog shit.
Well, I appreciate you saying my argument is great then.
I said it's dog shit.
But that's not true.
I said it's dog shit,
why aren't
Jeff.
you just saying
Jeff,
basically what you're arguing.
You can't just have the conversation.
What's the channel's name? It's called The Line.
The way you scripted it in your head before you called.
Oh, that's a claim. That's a claim. How do you know that he scripted it that way? And he said, it's such a I don't know. I hate these people.
Oh, dude, no. Jeff, whoever Jeff is, he did. The conversation went exactly how Jeff thought it was going to go. He actually did it perfectly.
You were like, I know. I'm going to ask them all of these.
Pretty well. You're just passing out.
Oh yeah, from crashing out, you're doing well. Absolutely, Jeff. That's what that means. That's the objective. That's always whenever you make your opponent upset, that means you're winning an argument. You fucking dipshit. I just muted you, by the way, because you're on our show.
The guy's not even being mean. Like, he's just talking normally. He's like asking a question. He's like, "Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, thank you." The guy's like, "I'm gonna mute you." It's a universal thing. Fucking idiot.
Have control over when
I have power. I'm powerful. I have a little mustache and sepia glasses. I am the powerful one now.
You speak and when you don't speak.
I have power over you.
I'll tell you.
So this is what happened, Jeff. You called in and thought, I'm going to lead them cleverly with these breadcrumbs to this conclusion that they will inescapably be trapped by.
That's exactly what happened.
So you started asking all these questions like,
it's still happening right now.
Do you believe in universal concepts? Can humans create universal concepts? We said no, and then you were like, but you wanted like,
what? This is Jeff. Bravo. I mean, this guy's losing it. He doesn't even know what to say. He's giggling nervously because he doesn't even know what he's saying.
Then you go, do you believe that a universal concept can exist? You wanted us to say yes, so you could go, well, if humans don't... don't create universal concepts, it must be God. But we didn't say yes. And then
Actually, your counterpart did say yes. He said that the laws of logic were universal.
and you just kind of kept asking the question, is there such thing as a universal concept? After I had already said no, like 30 times in a row.
Yes, but
you just kept
the claim there are no universal concepts is a universal claim. That's the problem. You're too dumb to get. These people are too dumb. These people are just too dumb. Okay? They wasted all the fucking points in learning the history of Warhammer 40k. Now I understand why it's gonna suck. Okay? Why I'm gonna suck. I didn't become an atheist because I'm gonna forget all of my philosophy because I needed extra space. I think. My bad. You know what? It is what it is.
re-asking the question, hoping to get a different answer so that you could follow your script. You're not doing a good job, Jeff. The script fell apart and you didn't have anywhere to go with it. So
Not true at all. It went exactly as planned.
all right, let's
one more thing to add to that. If you notice, it started out, do you believe in only material things? And when I completely shot that to pieces.
You shot it to pieces? No, you said no, and then you granted that concepts exist. You didn't shoot it to pieces. I mean, these people they really are in their own video game world. You shot it to pieces. Like, this is what's so bizarre about this little world of, like, atheist online people. It takes no criteria for them to be put up on these shows. You give them a mic, you give them whatever, and they really believe they're a part of this, like, high intellectual thinking community, right? Because they're given these microphones and you're like, oh, you're going to do the show? You're going to do the show? That means something. And so they have this view that, like, oh, they're going to shoot these theists down. No, you didn't. You guys did neither. You guys did neither.
He switched it up. So there was a script, and he switched the script right in the middle of it. So good job on that one.
No, he had a logical tree, and he had a couple of options, and that's what a logical tree is, you guys. Like, it's not a switch up of the script, it's a continuation of the script, which is a...
Yeah, it's just the way that you go to the concept, whatever. The way you go through the concept. Damn.
Logical
I tried
tree,
it.
and there's only two
Really
places
did.
you can go, and you guys took both of them.
All
yeah,
right.
we're gonna bring
Jeff was efficient. He nuked 2 brains in a few minutes, right?
you back on, Jeff. So
wow, dude.
let us know why you
The coping is insane. They mute them after each of them gets completely cooked, and now they spurg on them, and then
you said earlier.
Do you guys feel better after having a little powwow?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
because you're not doing a good job, Jeff. This isn't going well.
Fine, I don't care. I don't care about your review of my argument. You didn't make an argument.
wow, top tier guy, Bob's Burger.
You
Shut
didn't
the
make
fuck
an
up,
argument.
Jeff.
Power trip. This guy's on a power trip.
Yes,
Make an argument.
Jeff,
That's all you got, dude. You got so crushed, Bob's Burger, that you're just mad now. That's all that's left is just mad.
Jeff, just because you're not listening doesn't mean I didn't make an argument. Just
Do you
because
know for
anytime
sure, and, I mean, honestly, real question. Do you know for sure that you have a mind?
No, Jeff, what the
mind.
fuck are you trying to prove?
Okay, well, I guess I don't talk to chairs. I guess you're a chair.
Oh, Jeff, oh no, we
understand.
can't solve the problem of hard solipsism. We've never
You
heard
can't.
that one on this show before.
You can.
You
So are
can-
you
you can?
even, like, articulating an
Nobody can
argument? Or
solve-
what are you doing?
Nobody.
What are you
no one
doing?
can
It's not
solve-
articulating.
All right, hold
Hold
on.
on,
I'm
hold on,
sorry,
Jeff.
Reduced to sputtering. Yeah, he's just putter. He's like one of those old lawnmowers that just putter out because you didn't put enough oil. Orthodox Pilgrim.
Okay.
$10. Ephraim here. Hey, Ephraim. What's the chance this emotional atheist will be looking for his mute button to use against God on the day of judgment Yeah, that's actually good. That's a really good comic right there with Ephraim, Lord of Mercy, and yeah, and their pride. Yeah. Jason McGinney, $5.
I think you mean
Reddit mod
restroom.
energy for sure, for sure. Which brings us almost to halfway through the goal. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, bed. I'm tired. I did get to do this. I don't know if you see these, but I want to show you all something. So I was able to do Abe as a character, so that Abe can go ahead and use it whenever he's on OBS if he wants to. Pretty cool, huh? I actually enjoy this one a lot. I think it looks pretty awesome. Also the eyes, really cool eyes. Yeah, very cool. Huh? Really enjoy this one. I'm gonna go ahead and. Oh, I was gonna check if anybody was online. So that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I see only Teriyaki.
I don't buy it at all.
You know what? Go over there. Piss him off or something. I'm tired. There's anyone that need to take a piss? I don't know. I don't know if there is. I just know that whatever it is, it is. Go over there, have fun. Tell him if you want that I sent you or something. Meh. I need to go to bed. I'm tired. I will. I will stay safe and warm. I have a lot of fun today. If you haven't seen my debate with Marte, I will recommend it. It's kind of fun. There's a lot of little jokes in between. There's a lot of people that voted for me or Marte. At the end of the day, I think it's the argument is even of itself was kind of dumb. But I wanted to do it because I thought it was. I thought about the conceptualization of it, and I thought it's pretty. It was gonna be pretty good. Anyway, yeah, get the raid. Have a little time. Enjoy your time over there if you wanna. Guys, have a lot of fun and take care. Thank you, K2. Have a good one, everyone. Take good care.